The boy desperately called after those who were fleeing, begging them to bring any magical item, potion, or spell capable of saving his sister. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly uttered the word, "help," hoping that at least someone would respond to his cry of despair. One of the passers-by, hearing his plea, stopped and thoughtfully said that magic is an ancient art that can change the very essence of the world. If the young man truly seeks to grasp this power, he is ready to pass on all his knowledge and experience. In the kingdom of Santia, in the village of Silva, a young man practiced fencing for 6 years. His native village lived by hunting, located right on the border with the kingdom of Gaizen. He often wondered why all the locals trained only with swords and bows. Ainsa was troubled by one more thing, why the peasants had no magic at all. The master, looking sternly, reminded him of his name and ordered him to hold the stance firmer, move faster, and act more decisively if he wanted to become a true warrior. The man, after a short pause, added that perhaps the student simply lacks the natural gift for weapon mastery or the inner resolve to fully dedicate himself to the martial art and accept it as the meaning of life. Suddenly, Ains decided to show something unusual. A tiny flame flared in his palm. Then a stream of water appeared. The teacher only snorted disdainfully and said that magic is absolutely useless in battle, wondering why the boy cared so much about it. The coach decided to resume training and announced a sparring match. He ordered Rositsu and Bagov to enter the arena. The boys took combat positions. Tension sharpened around. Everyone felt that a real contest of strength was about to begin. When the duel began, the spectators watched every move of the senior students with admiration. Blow after blow, their technique seemed flawless, and the strength and precision of their movements evoked genuine amazement and respect, even from the mentor. Ains only noted mentally that these were just wooden swords. If he fought seriously, he would simply burn the enemy's weapon with fire or bind his legs with earth, immobilizing him and instantly winning thanks to magic. His heart ached with longing for magical studies. He dreamed of returning to the world where witchcraft reigns, feeling that without this art, his life loses meaning and his soul gradually empties. The teacher announced that Ains and Saig would be the next to fight. The opponent smirked boldly, warning the boy to prepare, as he was not going to lose to some weakling, even if he was the blue-eyed favorite of the mentor. Ains declared that he would fight using magic, but ultimately lost. The winner felt no joy, only surprise and doubt. Other students looked at Ains with astonishment, not understanding why he took the risk and whether he was all right after the defeat. Despite the pain, the boy was glad that he had healing herbs with him. He thought that if he possessed true healing magic, he would instantly heal all his wounds, leaving no trace of bruises and pain. Then he decided to use water magic, created several ice crystals, and applied them to his head. He hoped that even such a small thing would help at least a little to relieve the throbbing pain and restore clarity to his thoughts before the next training. Later, the young man hurried home to inform his mother about his return. She warmly welcomed her son, continuing to prepare dinner. A cozy home atmosphere prevailed in the air, filled with warmth, care, and the smell of a favorite dish. The woman smiled gently, advised him to wash his hands before eating, and warned that dinner would be ready soon. Her voice sounded soft and calm, giving the boy a sense of security, as if the whole world outside the home simply did not exist. Ains raised his hand and whispered a short spell. A ball of transparent water flashed in the air, gently washing his hands, washing away dust and dirt. Then he created a light wind that quickly dried the skin, like the gentle breath of nature. Suddenly, the father appeared in the doorway. He looked attentively at his son, and smiling proudly, said that he had already become a real man. Ains replied with a slight smile, asking if he had really grown so much that his dad no longer recognized him. The father noticed a large bump on his son's head and asked worriedly what had happened. Then he smiled jokingly and said that it seemed he had been hit hard again. Ainz only grimaced in pain, trying not to show tears in front of his father. The mother looked sternly at the man and ordered him to stop teasing the child, adding that he himself would not mind going to wash his hands. He quickly agreed, smiling guiltily so as not to provoke her anger further. Then the father jokingly explained to his son that it was precisely because of his antics that Mom was angry at Dad. Ainz asked in surprise how he could be to blame for Mom's displeasure, and the father, laughing, said it was all because of the accidental bump on his head. But suddenly the mother, instantly irritated, hit the man on the head, leaving him the same bump, and sharply ordered him to go wash his hands immediately. Ainz laughed, pointing at his father, rejoicing that now he had the same bump as he did. Such funny quarrels became part of their usual family life. They repeated every day, turning into a warm tradition that united the family, filling the home with laughter, love, and a sincere feeling of unity. That evening, Ainz went to bed, comfortably wrapped in a blanket. He was engulfed by peace, and the world gradually dissolved into silence. When he opened his eyes, the night had already passed, and the morning of a new, yet unknown day had come. Waking up early, the boy began calling for Mom and Dad, but it was dark around. In the room, nothing was visible, only cold and silence. When he carefully stepped forward, his foot caught on something, and he fell to the floor, feeling ice under his hands. A cold and motionless object he stumbled over turned out to be his mother's body. She lay nearby, breathless and deathly pale. The boy's heart froze, fear gripped his mind, and his reason refused to accept the terrible truth. Running outside, he saw that the village was engulfed in chaos. Ruins, smoke, and screams tore through the air. Everything around was destroyed. In his eyes, the world shattered into pieces for the first time, and his childlike mind could not comprehend what had happened. People ran among the ruined houses, crying for help. One woman wept, calling for her little daughter, who had disappeared amid the chaos, her voice tearing the silence with despair and helplessness, as if the world itself wept with her. Rositz and Bag shouted, threatening the criminals who caused the disaster. Their voices were filled with fury and promises of revenge. They swore that the guilty would pay for everything they did to their home and people. But suddenly, before Ainz's eyes, 2 young men fell dead. Their bodies weakly fell into the dust, leaving the boy in a stupor. The world froze, sound ceased, and he just stood, unable even to scream from shock and horror. Horror gripped the young man's heart, his thoughts tangled, and he could not comprehend what had happened. Raising his eyes, Ainz noticed a frightened boy who was swiftly running through the ruins. His figure flashed between the debris like a shadow trying to escape from fear itself. A man was chasing the boy. Ainz thought with relief that his friend had managed to escape. But in the next moment, the irreparable happened. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even have time to shout or take a step forward. The pursuer caught up with the teenager right before Ainz's eyes, who was standing just a few steps away. He saw everything: the movement of the hand, the flash, the fall. The boy froze, stunned by horror, unable to believe that a person had just been killed before him. Ainz stood as if petrified. Fear and a sense of helplessness slowly engulfed him from within, tightening his chest. The world around dimmed, and he felt as if he were left alone amid boundless chaos, where no support existed. The mage standing nearby noticed that perhaps someone else had survived nearby. He approached the boy and coldly asked why he had not hidden yet, since death was lurking very close, and everything could end at any moment. The man replied sadly that the boy's friends and relatives were dying, one after another, and he himself had no intention to run or fight. He decided that the child had probably also accepted his fate and would not ask for mercy. The mage calmly noted that all the deceased had at least tried to resist, and was genuinely surprised why this man decided not even to try to fight for his own life. Ains sat on the ground, motionless, his shoulders slumped, his gaze frozen somewhere in the void. His face was deathly calm, as if all strength had left his body. For him, time stopped, and the chaos around lost all meaning. At first, the mage thought the boy was just trying to distract his attention, but later realized there was something deeper in this silence, something he could not explain with logic. The killer coldly admitted that he did not care about the fate of his victim, because everything was already decided in advance. For him, death was not a crime, but just part of the game, in which he himself chooses when to put the period. However, after some time, the criminal pondered, admitting that killing this boy would be too boring and ordinary. In his eyes, the victim had neither pride nor strength of spirit, so even death did not seem worthy of a spectacle. Cynically smiling, the criminal said that every time he uses his most powerful spell, a lightning strike, he notices an interesting thing. The faces of the victims are always full of delight, as if they are struck by the beauty of the magic itself. After these words, the sorcerer focused, and thunder rumbled around him. He created a deadly spell aimed directly at Ains, ready to destroy the boy with one blow, leaving no chance for salvation. The mage calmly explained that this was a combat spell, and with feigned regret, said it was a pity that the boy apparently did not want to flee like the others. His voice sounded emotionless, only cold confidence in the power of his own magic. The man with the smile of death ordered the youth to quickly end his senseless existence, demonstrating complete contempt for other people's lives. His laughter sounded like poison, enjoying others' pain as if it brought him true pleasure. Among the debris, a child's cry was heard. The boy groaned in pain, calling for his father. Silika rushed to him, begging her companion to help and clear the rubble. The man hesitated, assuming the child was probably no longer breathing. He sighed heavily and quietly, said that the little one was balancing between life and death, holding on to this world by only a thin thread of consciousness that was about to break. 3 days passed. In one of the houses, silence reigned, suddenly broken by a child's laughter. A new life seemed to awaken after a long nightmare. 2 little twin girls grabbed the young woman by the skirt and joyfully exclaimed that the boy had finally opened his eyes. Their ringing laughter filled the room with light, bringing a sense of relief and hope. They anxiously asked Silika what to do next, as they could not believe the miracle of awakening. In their haste, the girls even scalded themselves with hot water, not noticing it from joy. Seeing that the boy had regained consciousness after a long coma, the woman felt deep relief. A soft smile appeared on her face. Finally, the fear of the past had somewhat dissipated. One of the girls asked her mother in surprise why the boy did not understand them. She explained that he was also from the village of Silva, so he had experienced the same tragedy they had once heard about from refugees. Silika gently told the boy that he was now in the village of Tas, and his native settlement Silva was destroyed and no longer exists. The young man sadly lowered his gaze and confirmed that he already knew about it. She continued the conversation, explaining that, unfortunately, besides him, no one from the residents of Silva survived. Hearing these words, the boy only quietly replied that he understood and had no illusions about the past. Silika sighed and added that during the disaster, the boy lost an arm and a leg. Her voice trembled with pity, because even saying it aloud was painful. The young man answered calmly that he knew about his losses. Silika asked in surprise where he knew all this from, and then he quietly said that he had seen everything with his own eyes. He repeated that he saw absolutely everything, but now he cannot see with his right eye. His voice sounded calm, but behind this calmness hid an abyss of pain that words could not convey. The woman advised leaving the boy alone so he could rest a bit. The daughter agreed, and, leaning in with interest, asked his name. The boy replied briefly, "Inez," The girl repeated his name and smiled, saying that her name was Silica, and this was her mother, Korea. She promised to bring him breakfast and asked him to wait a little. At that moment, Ains suddenly realized the lightning spell he saw was exactly what he was looking for. He thought he needed special words, but understood it was not about them. To test his guess, he tried to reproduce the magic himself. The boy realized that nothing was happening and felt that something was wrong, for he had never had problems with water magic. Then Ains decided that to master a new spell, it was necessary not just to repeat the movements, but to deeply understand its essence. He created water in his palms, gave it the shape of a sphere, then sharply released it, and the liquid flew forward, cutting through the air. This time, the attempt succeeded. The small victory filled him with confidence, like a spark of a new beginning. Now the boy decided to try the power of fire. He was sure that if he saw the consequences of his own magic, it would be easier for him to imagine the desired result and better feel the energy hidden in the flame. He convinced himself that everything depends on imagination. It is necessary not just to say the words, but to clearly imagine how the fire flares and dances, how the heat consumes the air, leaving only trembling reflections of light. Ains asked himself to concentrate, imagining a flame that burns everything in its path. But just then, Silica entered the room with a plate of hot soup, smiling as if nothing foretold trouble. The next moment the girl screamed. The fire suddenly flared up. The boy felt an unbearable heat that instantly filled the room. He resolutely ordered the fire to go out, trying to tame the element he had awakened with the power of his will. While Silica stood amazed by the scorching heat, Ains realized how important it is to imagine the final result of the spell. It is precisely the accuracy of thought and faith in one's own vision that control magic more than any words. He remembered the words of the sorcerer. Everything depends on the power of imagination. And now it seemed incredibly interesting. The limits of magic are defined, not by the world, but by human consciousness. Silica got angry upon hearing his words and waved it off, saying it was nonsense. Ains smiled and offered to tell her more about magic, but the girl refused, emphasizing that he had barely woken up after his injuries. She reproached him for not even thinking about home, family, and friends who died. Does he really not care? The boy just silently lowered his eyes, unable to find words to explain how the emptiness inside hurts. Silica said that the boy is still very young. He is only 6, and she is 12. So from now on, she will be his older sister. From now on, he will live here, and the parents agreed, warmly welcoming him into their family. She knew that this boy was broken, without an arm, a leg, and an eye, with a heart full of wounds. He was found half alive among the ashes, and so the girl decided to do everything to heal not only the body, but also the soul. 2 days later, the children went outside to breathe fresh air. One of the local boys mockingly shouted that the stranger was here again, and his presence caused only ridicule. The children began to shout, demanding that the alien immediately leave their village. Silica stopped them, sternly ordering them to stop throwing stones. Seeing her anger, the troublemakers fled in fear, leaving Ains alone. The girl asked with concern if everything was all right with her brother. He smiled, saying that Mrs. Korea had wrapped him up warmer, so it was cold today. Silica sighed and explained that she was not talking about the weather, but about the children who teased him. Ains answered confidently that he did not pay attention to them and held no grudge. The girl was surprised by his calmness and wondered if he was really so indifferent to insults as they walked together to the appointed place. The children reached the old giant tree that stood alone in the middle of the endless field. Its branches stretched to the sky, like hands reaching for light, and silence reigned around. The sister asked if it was safe to leave him here alone. Ains thanked her for her concern, but insisted that everything was fine. She decided to wait nearby, while he, as always, began his training. Silika remembered that the boy himself asked to find a quiet place for practicing magic, so they came here every day. At first, the girl did not understand why it was necessary, but gradually she got used to this strange habit. Over time, she even began to feel calm in these meetings. When the training ended, the boy thanked her and said that today was enough. His voice was calm, and his gaze focused. Silika accepted the thanks with a slight smile, saying it was nothing. But suddenly the children noticed a crowd gathered nearby. People were bustling, and their voices carried a sense of anxiety. The father called Silika and Oins. The girl anxiously asked what had happened. The man explained that several children had gone into the forest and had not returned yet. Silika was struck with surprise. Why did they go there at night? Because there are monsters there. Even ordered to gather the residents to start the search and sent the children home to prepare. His voice sounded calm, but his eyes revealed deep concern. Oins firmly asked to allow Silitsi to go with him, assuring that he could get there on his own and help. His words carried a strength and determination uncharacteristic of a 6-year-old boy. Even apologized and allowed Silika to go. She asked Oins to stay and wait for their return, but the boy was already consumed by curiosity. Whether forest animals are capable of possessing magical abilities, he activated the acceleration spell. Acceleration. And not even the wind could catch him. His body became light, his movements almost silent, as if the very element carried him forward. The boy rushed ahead, leaving behind surprised children who watched him from the open carts. Surprise and slight fear of the stranger's unusual power were frozen on their faces. Entering the forest, Oins realized he had never been here before. The trees seemed alive. Every rustle aroused suspicion. He walked carefully, aware that the slightest mistake could be his last. The darkness was almost impenetrable. Then the boy activated a spell that was supposed to give him sharp sight and hearing. The silence around changed. He began to hear even the slightest rustle and see through the night, like a cat. Oins felt that something big was around. He decided to try water magic, politely apologizing to the creature for not restraining himself. Then he whispered a spell and activated the water blade. The enemy roared madly, its rage only growing. The ground trembled with every roar, and the air was filled with the heavy breath of anger. The monster wildly swung its claws, unable to endure the audacity of the young mage who dared to challenge it. Even, gripping his weapon, begged his daughter to finish off the monster as soon as possible, because he no longer had the strength to hold back its assault. His voice trembled from exhaustion, but hope flickered in his eyes that this time they would survive. The man added that even together, it was extremely difficult to restrain the monster. And at that moment, one of the companions shouted with joy that the fight was over. Their breaths merged into a relieved, "We did it!" but even understood. This was only the beginning. They had to move deeper into the forest. Silika could not find peace, blaming herself for leaving Oins alone, as he could fall into deadly danger. Meanwhile, her brother laughed, dealing with monsters. The boy continued to strike the enemies, and with each blow, his laughter grew louder. He suddenly realized that no one else among people possessed magic, and felt a pang of regret. At that moment, he noticed an old, lonely hut nearby. Approaching closer, Oins felt no signs of life. Even monsters did not dare to approach this strange structure, as if the forest itself warned them of something forbidden inside. The young man guessed that something magical was hiding in the hut. After all, only the power of great strength could keep the monsters at bay. His heart beat faster, filled with the anticipation of discovery. Inside, he found the same troublemakers who had previously mocked him. They looked confused, not understanding why he, the crippled boy, had come to save them. Oins only sighed, glad that at least they were alive. He felt sorry to leave this mysterious place, but he firmly knew he would return here again. Now the main thing was to get the children out. Calmly, he ordered them to stand up and head back to the village without wasting time. The children fearfully objected, saying the forest is full of monsters and escape is impossible. Ainz calmly replied that he had already risked his life to find them, so he orders to go immediately while there is a chance. The kids thought it was a joke and that their rescuer had gone mad. But when they saw the shadows of monsters emerging from behind the trees, they screamed in terror, blaming him for everyone now perishing. The boy sharply ordered them to be silent. Focusing, Ainz activated the powerful spell, Ice Hell. Streams of cold energy surged forward and covered the monster. In a second, its body was bound by ice, turning into a shining statue, resembling a shard of an icy cliff. The children froze, their eyes and mouths open in amazement. A crystal silence prevailed around. The ice wall, which grew right out of the air, shimmered with blue light, as if nature itself had taken the mage's side. The monsters disappeared, defeated by his power. The children looked at Ainz with admiration, not believing that salvation had truly come. Their faces lit up with smiles, and they jumped for joy, celebrating the end of the horror. Even gently placed his hand on his son's head, and Silica, sighing, lightly tapped her brother on the shoulder for such a risky stunt. The villagers embraced each other, thanking the heavens, and then respectfully lined up before their young savior. The children joyfully squeezed his hands, thanking him for the saved life. Now they realized how close death had been, and shyly apologized for their previous mockery and distrust. Adults also approached the boy. They, bowing their heads, admitted their own guilt. They asked for forgiveness for their contempt because they once considered him a helpless cripple, incapable of protecting himself or anyone else. Ainz answered calmly that he did not need to apologize. After all, he went to the forest not for someone else, but to learn magic. Helping others was only a consequence of this path, not its goal. Silica smiled and called him a real handsome man, capable of making everyone feel ashamed with just one word. The boy was confused, not understanding why she said that, and only awkwardly looked away. The girl confessed in surprise that she had no idea how kind and caring he was. He denied it, calling it a fabrication, but she seriously replied that she had seen everything with her own eyes and no longer doubted it, even noted with relief that now people had calmed down and would no longer offend his son. His voice sounded proud, mixed with paternal tenderness. The man solemnly declared that now Ainz was part of their family. The young wizard felt something strange, a warm wave spreading across his chest. It was a new, pleasant sensation that he could not name, but didn't want to let go of. In his thoughts, he was already dreaming of going back to the forest, to that mysterious hut where ancient scrolls and manuscripts of magic might be kept. He was drawn to knowledge, as if an invisible force was leading him. Ainz promised himself to correct past mistakes and help the village, even if the chances of success were slim. This sincere determination stunned Silica, and she silently looked at her brother, filled with new faith in himself. The peasants marveled at his passion for knowledge. They expected nothing less from the boy who, even after tragedies, sought to learn and discover the unknown, stopping at nothing. Silica smiled gently and whispered for him to move forward, because that is what makes him himself. Although she and her father would be sad, they support his decision. Even only nodded, promising to explain everything to his mother. Father asked that in case of trouble, Ainz should not hesitate to come to them. The children happily declared that they wanted to go with him, but the adults sternly reminded them that they were forbidden to even approach the forest. The boy sincerely thanked everyone for their support and warmth, feeling his heart fill with gratitude for the first time in a long while. Settling in a forest cabin, he spent his days in contemplation and preparation, packing things, checking equipment, as if awaiting a great journey that would change his entire life. He knew well who he was, Ains Silvatus, known as the one-eyed, one-armed, and one-legged mage, master of 3 elements, whose power was worthy of respect. His journey was just beginning, and the world finally heard the name of the new mage. The boy thought that now he could truly be called a wonderful mage. For the first time, he felt pride in himself, not as a survivor, but as someone who creates, learns, and is capable of changing the world around him by the power of his own will. Smiling, Ains suddenly realized that he had not left his forest refuge for a long time. Years passed in silence, among ancient books and forgotten arts. He lived by knowledge, forgetting that beyond this place there was a whole world. The atmosphere around was special, almost unreal. When the young man finally decided to go out to people, he was surprised at how much the village had changed. Now it looked completely different, almost unrecognizable. Raising his eyes, he noticed the figure of a girl standing in the shadow of a sprawling tree. Her silhouette reminded him of a memory of someone familiar, and the young man's heart slightly trembled from a strange premonition. The boy asked what she was doing here. His voice sounded cautious, as if he was afraid to break the magical silence that prevailed around. The girl slightly raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise if he did not see that she was reading a book on magic. In her voice, there was a slight mockery mixed with curiosity about the strange stranger. She explained that the book she was holding was only a copy of an ancient treatise, and was surprised that he did not know this. Then she noted that he was probably not a local, since he did not recognize such things. Ains asked her not to rush to conclusions, and assured her that he was not a stranger. He even suggested asking Silica, or Even, about it, if she did not believe him. The girl replied ironically that if he wanted to be called a local so much, he should start by finding out who among his acquaintances had long left this place. The boy asked in surprise if Even had not become the village elder during his absence, to which the girl seriously replied that now it was no longer a village, but a sacred place in the north of the kingdom of Santia, where ancient seals were kept, and she was the knight who guarded it. She suddenly changed, shouting angrily that he had boldly invaded the heart of their sanctuary. Her voice sounded like the strike of a sword, full of righteous indignation. Ains was confused, trying to explain that he did not understand what his fault was. To buy some time, he activated a time-slowing spell, trying to assess the situation. The girl instantly realized that he was a mage, and said in surprise that she had never seen such magic before, but coldly warned that at such a distance his spells were powerless against her sword, to which he calmly replied that she hoped in vain. Ains added that her sword had long been out of her hands. She had released it without even noticing. His voice carried not arrogance, but the confidence of a person who fully controls the situation. The girl looked around confusedly, not understanding when he managed to act so skillfully. Ains suggested talking calmly. She realized that she herself had lost vigilance and allowed him to seize the initiative. Deciding that there was no danger in this, the knight disdainfully declared that she could defeat him even barehanded. The boy realized he had irritated her and decided to simply leave, regretting that the village of Tas no longer existed. The girl stopped him, asking in surprise if he really knew about the former village of Tas. Her voice suddenly softened, sounding surprised and curious. Ains seriously replied that of course he remembers this place, because before settling in the forest, he lived right here among simple and kind people who accepted him as if he were one of their own. The knightess looked intently at him, as if trying to recall something long forgotten. And suddenly, like a flash of memory, a thought flashed through her mind. She hesitantly asked his name. The boy replied that his name was Ains Silvatus, and now he could truly call himself a mage. The girl froze, realizing she had heard that name long ago, a look of surprise and slight excitement appearing in her eyes. Ains asked anxiously if everything was all right. She, blushing slightly, quickly assured that everything was fine, although her voice trembled, as if she was holding back something unspeakable. Then the knightess asked him to go with her. The boy refused, reminding her that she had recently tried to kill him, and therefore he had no reason to trust her. The girl sincerely apologized and said she had an important conversation for him. She introduced herself as Sophia, a knight of the Sacred Order of Silver Warriors of the city of Ains. She asked him to go with her because the commander wants to meet personally. But the boy hesitated, fearing she would attack again. Sophia stopped him with words that everything that happened was a misunderstanding and assured that she had no ill intentions. But the young man remained cautious. Then she, smiling, promised that he would be fed for free. Ains was amazed. A whole city opened before him. He had never seen anything like it. Tall towers, majestic gates, the light of magical crystals. Everything looked like from a legend. The boy asked Sophia, who was pulling him by the collar, to stop so he could look around a little. He was curious about everything: the streets, the people, the air. The girl promised to show him the city later, because now they needed to hurry to the commander. Ains eagerly agreed, imagining a tasty breakfast that might be waiting for him. The very thought of warm food filled his soul with a pleasant feeling of coziness. He could not take his eyes off the majestic buildings, tall gates, and ancient symbols on the walls. Sophia was persistently calling him forward so that he would not fall behind. Feeling the gazes of passers-by on him, the boy awkwardly lowered his eyes. Sophia reassured him that everything was fine and opened the door to the commander's office, where they were already waiting. The man slowly lifted his head from the papers and calmly looked at Sophia. His voice was low and firm as he asked what had happened and why she had brought this young man here. Seeing the boy standing nearby, the commander exclaimed in surprise and quickly began calling someone, obviously wanting to report the unexpected guest. His eyes shone with curiosity, and his voice rang loudly like an alarm signal. The man cheerfully ordered Goose to bring the best red wine, shouting that it seemed Sophia had finally found herself a fiancé. The girl instantly blushed and hurriedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding, not what he had thought. The commander, smiling, advised her not to be shy, because judging by her reaction, love had truly ignited in her heart. Sophia indignantly denied it, declaring that it was not like that at all, and that she would never bring her lover here. The leader awkwardly admitted that he might have been wrong, and looking seriously at the boy, asked who he was. Sophia said that first they needed to sort out some things before giving explanations. She asked to prepare a luxurious breakfast for the guest, ordering to serve the best desserts and freshly brewed aromatic coffee to demonstrate the order's hospitality and make a worthy impression on the visitor. Heinz, having tasted the drink, said with a smile that he adored coffee. Sophia was happily surprised by his sincerity, and the commander was just confused, not understanding how to react to this strange scene between the mage and the knight. Seeing the luxurious feast before him, the young man politely wished himself a pleasant appetite and began savoring each dish, appreciating the refinement of the culinary art. When he finished eating, Sophia told the commander in detail about their meeting near the old tree and how the boy helped save the village. The man listened carefully to her story without interrupting, then silently made a decision. The girl honestly admitted that she had no proof of her words. The commander calmly replied that the lack of evidence was not a problem and promised to personally verify the truthfulness of all the information received. He slowly pushed aside the heavy oak table, revealing an old metal hatch underneath. Cold air burst out as if history itself was breathing from there. The commander confirmed Sophia's suspicions and pulled out an ancient book. Its title was simple: The Beginning. The cover shone with a faint silver light, as if alive. He explained that The Beginning was a chronicle of events from 2,000 years ago, telling the story of a mage named Ains. The book radiates such powerful energy that only a few can open it. It became the foundation of the city of Ains and the Order of the Silver Knights. The commander added that keeping such an artifact was almost sacrilege because the book's power belongs only to the temple. His voice carried reverent respect and fear at the same time. Then he ordered Sophia to keep secret everything she had seen and not to tell anyone. The girl nodded seriously, promising to remain silent and guard the entrusted secret until her last breath. Ains, looking closely at the book, asked if he could take a closer look because it seemed strangely familiar to him. His voice was calm, but a spark of understanding already flickered in his eyes. The commander replied that he was probably seeing this item for the first time, and therefore hardly knew what was written in it. Ains shook his head, saying he was curious to learn its contents. The boy cautiously asked if he could read the book, if it was not forbidden by law or the Order's oath. After a short pause, the leader allowed it. He warned that the book was heavy even for experienced mages. Its energy could break the will of an ordinary person. Then he handed it to the boy. Barely touching the pages, Ains felt something familiar. He began to read, and the commander, shocked, noticed that the boy calmly flipped through the pages while he himself could barely hold the book. It turned out that it was the ancient diary of Ains himself, his own. The air was filled with a silence so deep that even the candle flame seemed to freeze in astonishment. Everyone who stood nearby froze. Their eyes widened in shock because they understood. This book is not a legend, but the living memory of the person who now stands before them. The boy quietly said that he recorded everything there that could help the villagers, but later abandoned this idea. Then he added that the inscription Pochatok was made by Silika, and it awakened a wave of memories in him. He pointed to the line where his name was clearly written and said that this was the proof. This place preserved his memory, even if he himself once wanted to forget. The commander continued to look at him stunned, unable to find words. His gaze asked what the tongue could not utter. He read aloud the inscription, Ein Silvetus. Then, moved, he asked if this was really his name, the very great mage from whom the history of their order began. The boy confirmed, adding that the writing was slightly distorted. Eins explained that the correct form is Eins Silvetus. His surname consists of the names of two villages, Silva and Tas, places that shaped his fate. Then he noticed a mistake in the magical sign and decided to correct it. Sophia suddenly dropped to her knees, bowed her head, and solemnly declared that she gives her body and sword to serve the Lord Ains and is ready to sacrifice her life for him. She begged to accept her oath, but the boy confusedly asked to stop. The commander was shocked, not believing his own eyes. The knightess, known for her pride, was kneeling before the young man. Eins asked to be left alone. Sophia thanked him, bowing her head. Meanwhile, the commander looked at the book. It now glowed even brighter, its pages turned by themselves, and it was impossible to touch it. He understood. This boy was not just a guest. Before him stood the legendary blonde Mage. However, the commander was troubled that the guest insisted he had spent only a few years in the forest. This contradicted all the chronicles. The man cautiously asked why the great mage had suddenly decided to leave his refuge among the trees, abandoning the peaceful life of a recluse. But the commander was worried that the guest insisted he had only been in the forest for a few years, which contradicted all the chronicles. The man cautiously asked why the great mage suddenly decided to leave his refuge among the trees, abandoning the peaceful life of a recluse. Ains smiled calmly and replied that nothing unusual had happened in the forest. He had simply stayed there longer than planned, immersing himself in the study of magic so deeply that he lost track of time. The boy explained to the surprised leader that no one was stuck anywhere. He was just too absorbed in books and experiments, then thanked for the wonderful breakfast and returned the ancient book. And the commander only smiled and said that thanks were unnecessary. The young mage added that he decided to leave the forest to travel a bit and asked where Even and Silica, his old friends, were now. The leader fell silent in confusion. How to explain that Even and Silica died 2,000 years ago? He hesitated, painfully thinking about how not to cause unnecessary pain to someone who had not yet realized the scale of time. The commander decided to change the subject. He offered to provide the guest with everything necessary, assuring that any of his wishes would be fulfilled immediately. Ains warmly thanked and agreed that it was time to move on. A spark of interest lit up in his eyes. He wanted to know where to go next to find meaning in his journey again. Sophia suddenly suggested visiting the kingdom of Kirk, where, according to her, the Great Academy of Magic is located. The boy was surprised, having never heard of such a kingdom. The girl explained that the best mages in the world gather there to improve their knowledge. Ains called this place amazing, and thought he should have gone there long ago. Sophia skeptically remarked that he was unlikely to learn anything there. The commander approached closer and offered to prepare everything for the journey. He appointed Sophia as the guide, explaining that she would show him the way and take care of safety. The girl beamed with pride, sincerely happy for the opportunity to accompany the mage. The leader added that it was precisely thanks to the book, The Beginning, that the order achieved unprecedented prosperity, and the mages gained fame and power. He was certain that Sophia would become a reliable support for Ains. Ains nodded and thanked for the help, feeling how an invisible thread of fate once again leads him forward to a new chapter of his own story. Sophia's eyes shone with impatience. She could barely contain herself, repeating that she could no longer wait and wanted to set off right now. Her energy was contagious, even for a calm mage. The young man pondered how far humanity had advanced. Magic, once simple and crude, had now transformed into an entire culture, refined and powerful. He was impressed by its evolution. It truly fascinated him. Every little detail shone for him like a new discovery. He felt that he had returned for a reason. They moved forward, walking along unknown roads. Before them stretched an endless horizon, and the wind, filled with the scent of distant cities, seemed to call for new achievements. Ains turned to Sophia, recalling her words about the kingdom of Kirk, the land of mages that unites diversity and strength. His voice carried genuine curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. The girl proudly replied that this is exactly why their order is called the Silver Knights. Her words conveyed faith in the traditions and nobility of their mission. She explained that the Silver Knights are an elite squad, skilled in both combat magic and swordsmanship, often called upon for monster hunting and diplomatic missions between states, all thanks to the legendary white-haired Ains Sama. The boy raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking which Ains exactly she meant. His heart quickened. The name sounded familiar, and at the same time strangely detached. Ains looked at Sophia seriously, his eyes flashing with curiosity. A mixture of doubt and irony sounded in his voice as he asked who this great mage was, called a god among sorcerers. Sophia froze. Her lips barely parted, her eyebrows raised in surprise. For a few seconds, she just looked at him, trying to comprehend whether he was joking or truly did not understand that it was about himself. She quietly replied that this mage was the greatest sorcerer of all time, called a god among mages. Ains smiled, as if to say, an incredible man. Sophia barely contained her surprise. He did not realize he was talking about himself. The commander, however, ordered her to keep it a secret. The boy said that he would like to meet this mage in person because he could learn something new from him. Sophia replied confusedly that it was impossible, because this mage is himself. Ains understood her differently, deciding that she simply considered him unworthy of meeting the great sorcerer. He smiled with a slight sadness, thinking that he had disappointed her again. The knight felt she needed to change the subject, and said she had long wanted to ask something. Ains looked at her intently, not understanding why she was avoiding the conversation about the great mage. Sophia asked with genuine curiosity why he needed a sword if he was a real wizard, since fencing was not one of his strengths, and it looked unusual. She continued to ponder aloud whether the great mage's sword might have special properties, whether it was a magical artifact that enhances the power of spells or contains a part of his soul. Ains laughed sincerely, throwing his head back. His voice carried a kind irony and pleasure from this naive game of questions. A smile lit up his face, adding a human warmth to it. After a brief pause, he said passionately that the movements of the sword are also magic. For every strike and every swing carries energy that, merging with the mage's will, creates a true miracle. Ains, who survived in the forests for over 2,000 years, preserving his mind and strength to one day return to the world of humans. Sophia timidly suggested that the movements of the sword could direct magic. Ains agreed, but with a sly smile added that her eyes probably idealize the ordinary sword too much, because it has no magical spell. Suddenly, a terrifying low roar pierced the silence, rolling through the forest as if the very trees trembled from the sound. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with a sense of impending danger. A powerful sound, like thunder, passed through the earth, making the travelers' hearts beat wildly. Every cell in the body reacted to the threat. Blood boiled, instincts screamed danger. Sophia, flashing determination, exclaimed that it was an armored grizzly, and a giant one at that. She ordered Ains to stay behind, promising to distract the monster. But the boy calmly reassured her, asking her not to worry. He confidently declared that he would become a worthy opponent of this beast, which roared, tearing apart the forest silence. His voice sounded firm and calm, and in his eyes flashed the excitement of a master ready for battle. Sophia screamed that it was madness to defeat such a monster with ordinary weapons. Her voice trembled with fear, her eyes shone with panic, but deep in her soul burned hope in his strength. A giant grizzly lunged forward, the ground trembling beneath its steps. Ains did not move. He stood calmly, as if before him was not a monster, but just another challenge for training. Suddenly he spoke quietly, almost jokingly, as if having a philosophical conversation. His gaze slid to Sophia, and a sly sparkle flashed in his eyes. He asked if this roar reminded her of something. Culinary. With a barely noticeable movement of his fingers, Ains activated a powerful spell. The space around froze for a moment, and the air was cut by a flash of magical power. The grizzly lifted off the ground like a feather caught by the wind. The huge beast's body slowly floated in the air, as if it had lost weight and succumbed to the mage's power. The tense muscles of the monster contracted one last time, then weakly relaxed, obeying the mighty incantation. Its roar faded, dissolving into the cold air. Sophia stood motionless, her eyes wide like a child seeing a miracle for the first time. She could not believe it. Something happened before her that surpassed the usual understanding of magic. Ains explained that it probably uses mana to enhance its body. He also used a similar technique, channeling energy through the tip of his prosthesis. This was not full-fledged sorcery, but merely energy manipulation. However, the boy suddenly froze. The beast, despite everything, survived. The monster raised its head, its eyes burning with hatred, and the ground around trembled again. A brief silence followed. Sophia, breathing tensely, guessed that the wounded grizzly had only become fiercer. But Ains quietly replied that sometimes even magic is powerless against pure will to live. Blinded by pain and rage, the beast roared so that the air vibrated. Its body turned into a living machine of destruction, and every movement carried death within. Then Ains decided to combine martial arts with magic. His body moved with the grace of a fencer as he activated a special spell. Shadow Actor. A moment, and 2 blades lit up. A sharp movement, and the beast's head was severed from its body. The strike was so powerful that the ground shook, and the sound echoed deep into the forest. The monster fell to the ground, like a huge stone statue that had lost its support. Its body smashed the earth, raising a cloud of dust and leaves. Sophia stood, holding her breath. Shock and awe shone in her eyes. She was seeing such precision of movement and the deadly beauty of the combination of sword and magic for the first time. Ains calmly explained that to cast such a spell, one must at least have the basics of fencing. Otherwise, It simply would not work. Suddenly, one of the blades sharply cracked in half. A loud metallic sound cut through the silence, and the fragments scattered across the ground. Ainz froze. His eyes widened in surprise, as if it had happened not to the sword, but to a part of himself. He calmly assumed that the sword could not withstand the load, and said that they needed to find a new one. Sophia looked impressed. He simply threw away the fragments, not even upset, which a true swordsman would never do. Ainz, as if not noticing her amazement, said that he only wanted to demonstrate to her the combination of magic and sword, and asked for her opinion. Sophia sincerely thanked him for the shown wonder, asking if he was all right. Suddenly, another girl ran up to them, out of breath, with traces of dust on her face. She said she had heard the roar of the armored grizzly, but seemed to have arrived too late to help. Seeing the gigantic body of the dead monster, she froze as if petrified. Her breath caught, and her gaze was filled with admiration and relief. Only then did Ainz notice her appearance. He had been too focused on Sophia. He briefly explained that they had managed, but his sword broke during the fight. The new companion sat down nearby, carefully examining the grizzly's carcass, covered with a thick layer of fur and armored skin. Genuine respect for the power of this creature was readable in her eyes. She exclaimed with delight that a sword capable of piercing the armored grizzly's shell must be an exceptional masterpiece, worthy of a place in the annals of history. Ainz smiled and admitted that this sword was the cheapest, more of a training sword than a combat one, intended for teaching children. The girls looked at him stunned. One opened her mouth, speechless. The other just sighed, not believing her ears. The rescuer asked in surprise if they really defeated the armored grizzly with a child's sword. And looking closely at the boy, she anxiously noted that his hand and leg looked strange, as if unnatural. Ainz asked her not to panic, saying he saw nothing suspicious in himself, and asked Sophia if she thought the same. She replied confusedly that she did not even know, and the boy sighed briefly, noting that now was not the time for jokes. The girl finally calmed down and thought that there could not be a criminal in front of her. There was something sincere and pure about this boy that dispelled any doubts. He did not look dangerous, only extremely strange. She gently said that she needed to return to her affairs. Her voice sounded soft, but firm, with notes of duty. It was clear that her coming here had a specific purpose, and now it was time to move on. Ainz agreed, and turning to Sophia, said that they should also set off. She asked what to do with the grizzly's body, as such prey cannot just be left in the forest unused. The knight guessed that the monster's skin could make excellent armor, and it would be a pity to leave everything just like that. Ainz nodded. Her idea seemed sensible and practical. He approached the grizzly's body, feeling satisfaction from the completed task. His face lit up with a smile. A fire of calm confidence ignited in his gaze. Then he waved his hand, summoning a spatial portal. The huge body of the monster suddenly began to dissolve into the air, as if reality itself was sucking it in. Sophia froze with wide-open eyes, unable to believe what she saw. The savior also did not understand what had happened. Ainz explained that he had simply placed the grizzly in his spatial storage. The girl screamed with delight, exclaiming that only extraordinarily wealthy mages possessed such a thing. The young man with a light smile replied that he created this space on his own, so it is hard to call him rich. Reika, that was the stranger's name, could not believe it. He not only uses magic, but creates it with his own hands. She suddenly realized that in front of her was a real mage. Ainz calmly confirmed her suspicion, barely smiling at the corners of his mouth, as if acknowledging the obvious. The girl's face flared red like the flame of a candle lit suddenly. Her cheeks burned, and she did not know where to look, confused by the sudden excitement. She could not believe that she had met a mage in the middle of a wild forest. But Ainz, sensing something wrong, calmly asked her to help him before discussing the details. The girl briefly introduced herself as Reka Brandi, from the family of Duke Brandi. She explained that she was here because she was looking for a gang of dangerous bandits hiding nearby. Sophia was surprised and asked how knights could lose to ordinary bandits. Reka replied that among the enemies there was an exceptionally powerful sorcerer, and that is why she came to seek help. Ainz explained that he and Sophia were hurrying to the kingdom of Kirk, but still agreed to listen to the details. When he heard that there was a mage among the bandits, his expression changed sharply. He became alert. Interest flared in his eyes like a spark in the darkness. This enemy awakened in him something deeper than mere curiosity, a premonition of a trial. Reka said that she herself possesses some magical abilities, but that sorcerer used completely different, unknown spells. She had never seen anything like it. Suddenly, Ainz froze as if he heard a distant call. His face became serious. Thoughts flashed like lightning. The smile disappeared, giving way to concentration and anxiety that pierced his gaze. He turned to Sophia, and she, meeting his gaze, instantly understood everything without words. She firmly said she would follow him anywhere, even into the very lair of the enemy. Reka was glad that now they would help her. Gratitude shone on her face because deep down she knew, with these two nearby, the chances of victory had become much greater. Ainz proudly named his name and firmly ordered to show where the sorcerer was hiding. His voice sounded like a sword strike, full of determination and the strength of a man ready for battle. They set out on the road, and Reka, walking alongside, suddenly recognized Sophia, one of the legendary Silver Knights. Sophia confirmed this with a slight smile, and Reka said that she was incredibly lucky to meet such companions. Ainz asked in surprise if she was really that famous, and heard an affirmative answer. Reka explained that Sophia is a knight who guards the sacred lands of the great mage Ainz, and added that she is an exceptional person with a beautiful heart. Sophia barely restrained herself from revealing that this mage was standing right beside her. Suddenly, Reka froze cautiously, as if she caught a barely audible sound coming from afar, like the breath of wind through the leaves. Everyone stopped instantly. A tense silence enveloped the forest, and even the birds fell silent, as if sensing the approach of danger. The whisper of the trees slowly faded, giving way to a new, threatening noise. The faces of the companions tensed, their gazes narrowed. Something was very close, in the darkness of the branches. Ainz calmly looked at Reka and asked what kind of magic their enemy was using. His voice sounded cold, but there was curiosity and strategic calculation in it. He was preparing for battle. The girl replied that she most often saw balls of various elements, but among the spells, there was one especially dangerous. It deprived voice and sight, leaving the victim in complete darkness and silence. She added that if this spell took effect, the body would be completely paralyzed. It would be impossible to move, speak, or cast spells. It was a terrible feeling, as if life itself refused to obey you. Inside, Sophia grew cold. She imagined herself helpless, bound by invisible chains before an enemy who knew no mercy. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead, her breath caught, and her heart beat faster. Ainz frowned, realizing the seriousness of the danger. He had never encountered such a type of magic, and the prospect of losing control over body and speech scared even him. It could be fatal in battle. Reka asked anxiously if he possessed healing magic. The boy replied that he had not fully mastered it, but had certain skills. The girl smiled with relief. That already gave a chance. She reported with concern that the potion supplies were almost exhausted, and the wounds were increasing. Her voice trembled from fatigue mixed with despair. Looking at her companions, she felt her heart tighten. Determination and fear were reflected in their eyes. Everyone understood that a real trial awaited them ahead. Ainz stood serious and focused, preparing to face an unknown force. His face became stone-like, and his gaze cold and confident. Sophia nearby had the same look, determined, but full of hidden fear. She gripped the sword hilt, trying to contain her anxiety. Suddenly, nearby, a child's plea was heard. The team turned around. On the path stood a boy begging for help, calling someone to rescue. His voice trembled with fear and despair. He begged to save his younger sister, tears rolling down his cheeks, leaving shiny traces on his dirty face. His despair pierced the soul. They saw a girl, a small body covered with deep wounds. Her clothes were torn and blood-stained, her skin pale, burnt in places, breathing barely perceptible. Reika bent down and noticed that the injury was too serious. She was not sure that even a strong potion could help. She suggested that healing magic could be tried, but warned the powers must be saved for the fight with the sorcerer. The boy pleaded to be taught a healing spell so he could save his sister. Ainz sadly replied that it was impossible. He lacked magical energy, but he immediately added that this did not mean he would abandon him. His voice sounded firm and warm at the same time. The mage made a decision to pass on to the boy the knowledge accumulated over years of research and practice. Even if he could not cast spells, this knowledge could save others' lives. The young man thanked him through tears, and Ainz ordered the rest to move forward. He handed them several vials of elixirs he had personally created, assuring that he would catch up soon. His gaze stopped on Sophia. He calmly said that he relied on her. The girl smiled. The master's trust was the highest honor for her. Sophia exclaimed that she would not let her teacher down and ordered Reika to move on. She stopped her, saying that first they needed to understand what was happening. Ainz, however, suggested starting the boy's training. The boy hesitantly asked if he was really a mage. He replied with a slight smile that once he was not, but later he learned a little, sometimes just for fun. The child asked how magic differed from sorcery. His sincere interest made Ainz smile genuinely. The mage explained that magic is the alteration of the laws of nature using mana energy. This art is born inside a person. The greater the mana reserve from birth, the more powerful a wizard can become. And the boy had almost none. He continued that sorcery is already interference with the laws of the universe, using external, unnatural forces that do not belong to their world. It is a dangerous path. The teacher emphasized that to master such power, an extraordinarily strong will is needed, because only it keeps a person on the edge between light and chaos. Then he warned that sorcery always requires a price, and this price is often too high for an ordinary person. The boy clarified if this meant a kind of exchange. Ainz nodded and said he was right, because power is never given for free. Payment is always required. The mage added that if he has mana of his own and his sister is dying, he can offer something in return. Then he calmly asked what his name was. The boy answered that his name was Rit. The teacher smiled gently and said that the name was beautiful and sonorous. There was something fatherly warm in this brief address. Then he introduced himself, Ainz Silvatus, and promised to pass on part of his knowledge so that the boy could do what he himself could not. Then Ainz activated the spell, Miracle of the Right Hand. His palm glowed with a soft white light, which expanded in a circle, filling the space with warm, almost divine energy. Rit watched this with surprise and sincere admiration. He had never seen magic look so alive, as if nature itself bowed before the will of the mage. At that moment, Sophia felt a sharp smell of blood piercingly spreading in the air. The metallic taste made her focus. The scent of death caused anxiety and a deep sense of danger. She firmly said that she would deal with the sorcerer herself, and Miss Reika would take care of the wounded. Reika nodded in response, accepting the order without hesitation. Holding a bag of medicine in her hands, Reika realized that there were almost no elixirs left. They would barely be enough for first aid, and this realization squeezed her heart. However, she resolutely cast aside doubts. This was no time for fear. She ran after Sophia, ready to support her at any moment, even if it meant risking her own life. Before them opened a wide clearing, where dozens of motionless human figures stood. The atmosphere was eerie, as if the very air had frozen along with those people. Sophia, staring into this ominous scene, quietly asked if this was the result of magic. Her voice sounded hoarse, filled with fear and wonder. She quickly concluded. All these people were bound by a spell. Their eyes were empty, and their gazes frozen in expressionlessness, as if consciousness had left their bodies. The air was heavy, suffocating, as if a poisonous cloud of death hung over the clearing. Even the wind did not dare to move, as if afraid to awaken evil. Sophia grimly said that Reika was not exaggerating when she warned about the enemy's power. The girl nodded and whispered, "It's time to act." Reika pointed her finger at a tall figure in a black cloak standing in the center of the field. Her voice trembled with rage. "There he is, the sorcerer!" Sophia, without hesitation, moved forward. Her steps became more confident, her gaze colder. She decided to put an end to this horror. The bandit standing next to the sorcerer suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Their faces twisted with anger. It was the same daring girl who once ruined their plans. They laughed roughly, shouting that this time she would not escape. And one of them brazenly said that first they would have fun with her. Sophia clenched her jaws. A flame of anger flared in her eyes. She sharply replied that those who mock the defenseless are unworthy even to be called human. In the next moment, her sword flashed in the air. 2 enemies fell without even realizing what had happened. Their lives ended with the precision of cold lightning. Reika, standing aside, could not contain her admiration. She whispered that her companion was a true swordmaster, whose movements combined grace and deadly power. Sophia ordered her to immediately take care of the wounded. Her voice was sharp but full of care. She understood. Every second could save someone's life. Reika quickly nodded and ran to where the groans were coming from. Her heart pounded with fear and compassion at the same time. She noticed that the victory over the bandits was too easy, and wondered why the sorcerer was not helping his comrades. It looked suspicious, as if he was watching and waiting. Meanwhile, the sorcerer himself, calmly raising his head, said that his name was Corberry. His voice sounded quietly, but it carried the strength of a man who knew no fear. He added with contempt that he hated swordsmen. His words rang with bitter disdain, as if once a blade had destroyed his life. Then the sorcerer waved his hand, activating the spell, Fire Spears. Dozens of burning spears rushed forward, cutting through the air and illuminating everything around with flashes of hellish flames. Their path was aimed straight at the girl's heart. Sophia reacted lightning fast. Her sword described an arc, deflecting the fiery spears one by one. Blow after blow, her movements were precise, like a dance of death. A confident smile appeared on her face. A fire of victory ignited in her eyes, and every movement of the blade radiated the experience and dignity of a warrior who does not retreat. Corberry felt a chill run down his spine. He realized before him stood not an ordinary swordsman, but a true anti-mage, capable of neutralizing spells. Sophia sarcastically threw out whether this was all the strength the great sorcerer had. Her words painfully struck his pride. She issued a challenge, ordering him to attack once more. Meanwhile, Reika was distributing elixirs to the wounded, calming them and urging them to endure a little longer. People thanked her, but the girl suddenly felt something strange, as if a new, invisible force had awakened in the air. The girl was filled with sincere admiration when she saw the multitude of healing elixirs generously given by the magnanimous Ains. She had never seen so many healing bottles at once, and felt deep gratitude and respect for her savior. Reika thought with surprise that this bag probably had extra space, and considered it a true treasure. Deep down, she wondered who this mysterious young man really was. The warriors cautiously asked what this amazing potion was, and whether it was really as strong as it seemed. Their interest was sincere, for each bore a scar of pain that longed for healing. They noticed with amazement how the wounds disappeared without a trace, leaving only a warm glow on the skin. Their eyes widened, as if they were witnessing a true miracle defying the laws of nature. Reika realized these were not ordinary elixirs, but potions of the highest quality. She could not believe that Ains had created them with his own hands. Coming to her senses, she ordered the fighters to immediately return to battle. Meanwhile, Corberry focused, invoking silent magic. The air around him buzzed, saturated with energy. It seemed the very element was preparing to unleash an invisible strike on the enemies, activating the spell. Fire spears. The sorcerer unleashed an avalanche of blazing arrows that rushed toward Sophia with a furious whistle. Each of them carried a destructive power capable of incinerating anyone. She coldly replied that multiplying the number of copies was in vain. The result would remain the same. Her voice was calm, but an iron confidence rang in her words. Corberry laughed grimly, his lips twisted into a sinister smile. This laughter sounded like a harbinger of doom, full of contempt and dark pleasure. He addressed her with poisonous irony, calling her a young, impudent one who does not understand her own insignificance. Sophia replied with dignity that she was a knight of the Order of the Silver and would never abase herself before those who served the darkness. Corberry hoarsely admitted that he did not expect to meet a true knight here, called her an immortal witch, and muttered that he had once believed in similar lies. Sophia asked if he belonged to the cult of the eternal sky. He confirmed, brazenly declaring that their magic was the heritage of the very white-haired Ains. Then the sorcerer spoke the spell. The alchemist turned sand into gold, white into black, and darkness devours all light. A black wave thickened above the ground. Sophia realized that this was a spell unknown to her, and decided not to allow the enemy to complete the ritual. She raised her sword, preparing for a counterattack, but the man was faster. His next spell, no movement, paralyzed the girl's body like a lightning strike. Her legs buckled, her knees trembled, her heart pounded wildly. She felt weakness seize her body, and fear filled all her thoughts. Sophia stood pale, with wide-open eyes, trying to understand what was happening. Her breathing became ragged. Her hands did not obey. She gathered all her willpower not to fall, fighting the panic that grew inside like a shadow. Corberry created a new barrier, a thick energy wall that pinned her to the ground. She felt an invisible force squeezing her chest, depriving her of movement. Her body became heavy like a stone. All her muscles were bound, and her heart beat wildly. Inside, a feeling of complete helplessness was born, frightening more than pain. Then the sorcerer proclaimed, "Sword fighting is forbidden," and distorting his smile said, "Your resistance has come to an end." At that moment, dozens of fiery spears whistled through the air, piercing the knight's body, burning her with the fire of suffering. She fell, engulfed in the red flames of pain. Corberry mockingly ordered her to remember her place and acknowledge his superiority. His words sounded like a whip strike on the girl's pride. But suddenly, a mighty battle cry rang out, and nearby, like a messenger of fate, Rika appeared with a squad of loyal warriors. Corberry looked around, stunned, not believing that after his spells they were still alive. His face froze in a grimace of fear. Rika rushed to Sophia, ordering her to immediately drink the healing potion. Her voice trembled with anxiety. One more moment, and the knight could die. Sophia grabbed the vial, quickly unscrewed the cap, and greedily drank the thick liquid. Warmth immediately spread through her body, healing deep wounds. She felt the pain recede, and the torn skin instantly healed. Only a barely noticeable mark remained on her body, a miracle of rebirth granted by magic. Rika raised her sword and shouted angrily that Corberry's end had come. His dark crimes would no longer poison this world. Today, everything would end. The sorcerer stood bewildered, not understanding how his enemies were still alive. Their wounds mysteriously vanished, as if the gods themselves had intervened in the battle. Surprise froze on Corberry's face. He could not believe where so many healing elixirs had come from, and why no one had died yet. Rika ordered the mages to go on the offensive. to attack the enemy with spells, while simultaneously reinforcing the knights with defensive barriers to encircle the sorcerer and cut off his retreat routes. Corberry watched their actions with contempt, considering them pitiful attempts to turn the tide of battle. His confidence in his own strength seemed unshakable, like a dark wall. He activated the spell, around, only enemies. And at that moment, the ground trembled, and the air was pierced by a predatory whisper of magic. The warriors turned to stone, gripped by horror. Their eyes lost the gleam of reason, and their hearts filled with animal fear. Before them unfolded a catastrophe that changed the very essence of their will. They tried to resist, calling each other by name, urging to stop, reminding that they were comrades. But the magical curse squeezed their souls, tearing the bonds of trust like old strings. All who found themselves within the spell's bounds turned into mad creatures tearing everything around. The world plunged into chaos and madness, where friendship became only a fragment of the past. Sophia exclaimed that the enemy is a heartless scoundrel who uses black magic to sow hatred among friends and destroy trust. Her voice cut through the roar of battle like a sword through fog. Corberry glanced over the battlefield and noticed that the enemy's elixir supplies were almost depleted. Realizing this caused anxiety. Every sip of potion restored strength, and he could not allow them to hold out for long. He activated the fire spears again. Red arrows burst from the air, bringing death and flame, turning the sky into a bloody whirlwind. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Ains announced that he would pass all knowledge to the boy, opening the path to magic for him. His voice sounded calm, but a fire of determination burned in his eyes. He warned that the process of passing on is painful, filled with feelings similar to a soul's rupture, and asked the student to be patient, to accept pain as part of learning. The boy's face tensed, his eyes blazing with concentration. He clenched his teeth, ready to endure any suffering to save his sister. His determination radiated quiet courage. Ains took a deep breath, focusing mana, and began the ritual. His calm movements resembled a prayer each breath. Each sound was filled with sacred power. Rit shuddered with pain. Every cell of his body screamed, but he did not give up. Clenching his fists, he bravely endured the suffering, stoically accepting the lesson of strength and spirit. Finally, Ains completed the ritual and asked if the boy understood what to do next. A quiet pride for the student sounded in his voice. Slowly, as if overcoming an invisible resistance, the boy opened his eyes. In his gaze appeared depth and calm, as if he had just seen clearly and understood the language of the world. Focusing, the young mage whispered the formula of the ancient spell. Evil for good. His voice merged with the breath of the wind, and the world around froze in anticipation. Around him, energy began to crystallize, creating a silvery aura that twisted into a spiral, entwining the body with shining threads. Ains watched this with genuine surprise, not believing his own eyes. The boy achieved the impossible, surpassing the teacher's expectations. Meanwhile, Rit cautiously approached his sister, who was lying unconscious, and timidly touched her hair, as if afraid to disturb her peace. His fingers slid over the pale cheeks of the girl, and at that moment, soft light flowed from his hand, warm as the breath of spring. Deep wounds on the sister's body began to heal right before their eyes, as if the tissues were coming to life, obeying the power of love. Within seconds, the skin became clean and pink again. The boy joyfully exclaimed that everything worked out, and now his sister was saved. His voice trembled with happiness and relief. Ains, seeing this, understood that Rit used the surrounding mana to create a spell. He approvingly called it a unique approach and thanked the apprentice. The boy did not quite understand the master's words, blinking confusedly, not believing that he was really capable of such a miracle. And suddenly, the surrounding world changed. Space froze. the air filled with a hum resembling the groan of reality itself. Rit opened his eyes wide. Everything around was frozen. The wind stopped. Sounds disappeared. Time stopped. He was gripped by horror. He stood on the boundary between the world of the living and timelessness. From the silence came an unknown voice, accusing the boy of violating the laws of the universe. This sound seemed not a sound, but a thought piercing the very heart. The voice pronounced a sentence. From now on, Rit's fate is sealed, and he is forbidden to harm other living beings. His life forever changed direction, submitting to the will of the world forces. The boy recovered from fear, eyes wide open. Ainz leaned toward him and asked if he had seen any vision. His voice sounded anxious, mixed with the care of a mentor who feels that something extraordinary has happened. Rit nodded and quietly explained that he had received a warning, not to harm others. Ainz seriously reminded him of the weight of the magical oath, of the responsibility each mage takes when touching the power capable of changing life. Therefore, he ordered the apprentice to remain silent and tell no one about what he had seen, because such things must remain a secret between apprentice and teacher, so as not to invoke the wrath of forces beyond human understanding. Meanwhile, the girls fiercely struggled against the spells that bound their bodies. They tried to move, but their legs seemed rooted to the ground, and their hands did not obey. Every movement caused pain. Any effort ended in vain. Corberi, tired of the prolonged game, sighed wearily and decided to end this farce. His eyes flashed with the cold fire of determination. Sophia realized that the enemy drew power from magical stones. Feeling that his energy reserve was almost exhausted, she cautiously asked about the number of stones. Rika, full of optimism, declared that victory was very close. Corberi laughed, calling them fools if they truly believed in their superiority. His voice rang like the clang of steel, filled with contempt and hatred. He knew that even if they currently had a temporary advantage, the end of the battle had long been decided. They faced inevitable defeat under the pressure of his dark magic. Suddenly the sorcerer spoke quietly, but every word sounded threatening. He promised to tell them something truly interesting. The girls froze, not understanding where this was leading. In their eyes were anxiety and surprise. Sophia felt that the page the enemy showed came from a book she had seen before, but could not remember exactly where. Corberi explained that it was only one page torn from the original, and that he had to exert great effort to obtain it. His voice trembled with pride and madness. Sophia realized things were bad. This page might contain forbidden knowledge that changes the very essence of the world. The sorcerer declared that now it was their turn to die, and sharply intensified the magic. Dozens of fire spears flared in the air. Streams of flame soared upward, turning everything around into a hellish sea. And at that very moment, a calm voice said, "Sorry for being late." Ainz appeared with a glow behind him. The girls shouted his name with joy. Corberi contemptuously asked who he was and if he wished to die. The young man answered in a steady voice that his name was Ainz, and he would not advise anyone to threaten him. This touched the sorcerer. He snorted indignantly, considering such a response cheeky and insolent. With annoyance waving his hand, Corberi dispelled his own seals. The air trembled. Magical chains scattered into sparks, and the captive warriors were able to breathe again, feeling the freedom of movement. The sorcerer himself froze with his chin lowered and eyes wide open. His brain refused to believe that someone had simply destroyed his spell with one gesture. Sophia, smiling, looked at Ainz with admiration. For her, he had become a true hero. Rika sat aside, stunned by the scale of his power. Corberi, stunned, did not understand how the enemy blocked his magic. He asked who he was and how he could neutralize the spell. Ainz calmly replied that he wasn't a wizard, but a sorcerer. At that moment, the enemy realized before him stood an equal, bearer of the very same dark power. The young man remembered how Rika said that the enemy was a sorcerer, and now he sincerely rejoiced that he had finally met an opponent worthy of his magic. Corberry turned pale. His heart pounded wildly, and cold sweat ran down his temples. The realization of equality scared him more than defeat. Ains stepped forward and asked whether he would show his true power or prefer to continue hiding behind cheap tricks. In response, the sorcerer shouted, calling him mad, and demanded to be left alone. Ains explained that he just wanted to see his magic, but Corberry waved him off, stating that there was no point in demonstrating anything to people who wield swords instead of thinking. Ains smiled and gently said that it was not worth speaking so rudely about Sophia. The girl flared up and angrily retorted that this man called all the inhabitants of Ains's kingdom peasants. The young man only shrugged and replied that that was exactly why he went into the forest, to study magic away from such people for whom the power of the mind had never had real value. Corberry, twisted with anger, grimaced in a sinister smile and uttered the activation words of the spell. His voice trembled with tension, and dark energy began to hum around, gathering into a vortex that sucked in the very air. He activated the magic. The alchemist turned sand into gold. All white becomes black. Darkness consumes light. The stream of words burst from his lips, and he added that now the enemy was completely under his control. Ains calmly asked if he really considered this spell genuine. His voice sounded confident, with a barely perceptible irony. Corberry responded with action. He activated a new spell. No one dares to approach me. But as soon as he pronounced the formula, he suddenly froze as if he had hit an invisible wall. His eyes opened wide in surprise, and his body was seized by internal resistance. The power he summoned began to betray his own will. The mage hoarsely shouted that his magic was invincible, that no one could step to him and challenge his power. Ains calmly replied that turning sand into gold was a change of natural law. White symbolized reaction, black, destruction, and light, people. His words sounded like a lecture for someone who did not understand what he was using. He added that such magic was more like witchcraft than ordinary spells, a game with the very fabric of reality. Corberry froze, not believing his ears. His face twisted with surprise and fear, as if someone had revealed a terrible truth before him. Sophia also looked stunned. Her breathing faltered, and her eyes shone with emotion. Rika silently observed, not hiding her admiration for the power of her mentor. Finally, Corberry asked in a trembling voice if his opponent had really called his magic witchcraft. Ains calmly confirmed that this was indeed the case. After all, this power had nothing to do with real magic. Then the man burst out shouting, saying that he knew magic but did not possess any high-level spells, and that Ains was mistaken. The young man only sighed and said with regret that he was sorry, as he had hoped to meet a worthy opponent. His eyes dimmed with disappointment. Then he coldly concluded, before him was not a master, but just a fraud, who only pretended to be a great sorcerer. He apologized to Rika and addressed Sophia, saying it was time to leave. There was no point in staying here any longer. Sophia assumed that the master had decided to retreat, realizing the enemy's advantage. But Ains objected, saying he was simply disappointed. He had expected to meet a true sorcerer, but saw only a pathetic imitator. He added that the opponent was just an ordinary mage, and therefore no longer of any interest. His voice sounded calm, but contempt could be heard in it. Corberry stood with eyes wide open, unable to utter a single word. He was overwhelmed by helplessness mixed with rage. Finally, he exploded with a scream, promising that he would regret his audacity, and hurriedly began casting a new spell, eager to prove his power. Dozens of fire spears flared up again. The air heated, as if the very earth had caught fire. But Ains instantly cast a blocking spell without even moving. The space rang with a crystal tone. The fiery arrows hung in the air, frozen as if time had stopped. Corberry screamed in despair, not understanding what had happened. His thoughts were confused, his heart pounded, and fear gnawed at the remnants of his mind. Ains replied calmly that it was just a simple spell, and added that he also knew a few tricks. Smiling, he offered to demonstrate them in practice. He uttered familiar words. The alchemist turns sand into gold. White becomes black. Darkness swallows light. Then he cast another. The use of magical items is forbidden. The third spell sounded like a verdict. The use of any magic is forbidden. Corberry tried 3 times to summon his fire arrows, but each time in vain, no spark ignited. His eyes widened with the panic realization of helplessness. Ains calmly explained that his enemy had long stopped developing, relying only on one technique. He said it was sad, because a true mage never stops learning, even when possessing the power of prohibitions. For clarity, Ains activated another spell. Breathing is forbidden. Corberry instantly became frightened, feeling the air leave his lungs. His body tensed, his eyes filled with blood. He wheezed and choked on his own fear, vainly grasping emptiness with his mouth. The warriors watched this in horror, not believing their own eyes. They were engulfed in silence, in which even the wind seemed stunned. Ains finally lifted the restriction, saying, "Breathing is allowed." Corberry began coughing and gasping, spitting blood as he restored his breath. Someone from the crowd, having lost their mind, shouted to kill the mage. He promised to raise the reward tenfold, and this instantly stirred those eager for profit. People shouted, rushing forward. Several of the most desperate simultaneously attacked the young man, hoping to win by numbers, but Ains calmly raised his hand, and with a smile said that before they die, he would show them a truly interesting spell. He activated Restriction Removal. Divine Hand. His palm shone with pure light. The enemies, stunned, froze as he clenched his fist. At that very moment, their bodies shuddered. An invisible force pierced the space, and blood spurted from wounds that no one had inflicted. They fell to the ground, not understanding what had happened. Ains stood among the fallen opponents, calm and cold. The rest looked at him in silent shock, unable to believe such a thing was possible. One of the enemies, trembling, whispered, "What kind of magic is this, and who is he anyway?" Ains answered evenly, "This is the foundation of foundations, changing the laws of nature by the power of will. Magic that breaks the rules of the world and subjugates the very essence of the universe." Then he barely smiled, extended his hand forward, and said that this is what true, flawless magic looks like. The frightened man stepped back, pleading not to come closer, stammering in terror. Sophia sharply declared that there was no need to kill the enemy. He might belong to a dangerous cult, and he should be interrogated. Ains sighed and replied that it was a pity, but this is a magical duel in which only one can survive. He grabbed the opponent by the hair. The man trembled, crouching in fear, while the girl stood nearby, not daring to intervene. Suddenly, someone called his name. Ains turned and saw a surprised girl with a desperate expression on her face. Next to him stood another, with a hand on her chest. She begged not to kill the mage, offering to send him to the capital as a prisoner. After all, Reika, from an influential family, can arrange everything legally. Sophia confirmed that this was indeed possible. Reika smiled, assuring that her family would help them get into the Academy of Magic. After a brief argument, Ains agreed. He looked at the defeated enemy and coldly said that he was handing him over to Reika's disposal, and he himself lost interest in him. Then, without changing his facial expression, he added that he forbids the enemy from asking any questions. He must lie still and must not get up without permission. Soon, 2 carts rolled up along the road. Someone joked with relief that it seemed they would not have to walk on foot. Everyone thanked Reika for her help. She smiled, saying that a wonderful dinner and rest after the battle awaited them at the estate. Ains nodded approvingly, noting that it was great, since neither she nor Sophia knew how to cook. Sophia asked in surprise why he said that, and he only smiled, thinking about peace. Then, in a joking tone, he asked where Sophia could have learned cooking if she still did not even have a boyfriend. The girl froze in surprise, and Reika laughed. Sophia irritably asked not to pay attention, assuring that she could cook. Reika skeptically asked if that was true, and heard in response that all her energy went into sword training. Reika slyly smiled, saying she did not understand why she could not cook a simple dish, and asked if she was mocking her. Sophia angrily replied that a kitchen knife was no worse than a combat blade. If she mastered the sword, then she could handle any knife. Ains intervened, calming that no kitchen could withstand her strength. Sophia just frowned, not understanding why he was so strict. Reika, smiling, addressed the young man, saying that without a doubt, before them was a great mage. Just one look was enough to be convinced of this. The boy calmly listened to the praise. Reika, full of curiosity, asked what exactly Corberry used. Was it really magic? Could witchcraft really do that? Ain smiled and confirmed her guess. It was not magic, but witchcraft, capable of changing the very laws of nature. Reika admitted with surprise that although she had studied magic, she had never heard of witchcraft. The boy looked at her in surprise and asked if she was by any chance a knight. The girl laughed and said she carried a sword only for self-defense because she was actually a novice sorceress preparing to enter the academy. Ains interestedly suggested that this was why they were heading to the Magic Academy. Reika nodded and proudly admitted that she was the daughter of a marquise, so getting in there was not a problem for her. The young man smiled and said that it suits aristocrats, who always have all doors open. Reika puffed her cheeks and asked not to remind her of status, as she does not like to boast about her origin. Suddenly, Ains accidentally touched her shoulder. She flinched, remembered something, and quickly turned to him. But the boy only silently looked away. Then the girl asked what had happened to the boy and his sister, whom they had left behind. Ains closed his eyes and calmly replied, so that she would not worry. They were fine. Reika exhaled with relief, feeling the anxiety recede. She asked if he had taught the boy healing magic. Ains denied it. The boy had no magic, so he taught him sorcery. Everyone froze in shock. The young man explained that it was a ritual of evil for the sake of good, which allows stealing someone else's magical power for healing. He admitted that the boy surprised him, and now he wants to meet him again. Reika could not believe that such a little one had mastered witchcraft. Her eyes shone with wonder and respect. Meanwhile, the coachman turned and announced that they had almost arrived at Kirk. The passengers raised their heads, impressed by the speed of the journey. When they approached the gates, the guards asked for documents. Reika smiled and showed her badge. Ains, embarrassed, admitted that he lost his own in battle. The girl reassured him. It was enough to say that the identification was lost during the fight. Especially since the crew belonged to the Brandy family, no guard would dare to check. The gates opened. 2 guards saluted and wished them a safe journey. The coachman thanked them and moved on. Ains smiled, acknowledging that Reika was right. No problems at all. He mentally noted that noble families really know how to open any gates. The chariots entered the city, where narrow streets twisted between tall stone buildings. The human bustle filled the air, giving the place a sense of life. People crowded the squares, discussing something heated. In the center of the crowd stood a man, demonstrating a magical spectacle from which sparks flew. Ains stepped out of the carriage with interest, looking around like a child seeing a city for the first time. Reika calmly said that they had arrived, and ahead was their new life. Thus they entered the great kingdom of Kirk, the center of magic, science, and power, above which towered a shining castle that ruled over the entire city. Near the luxurious mansion, they were met by a maid, bowing and addressing Reika. "Lady, you have finally returned." The girl replied with a smile that she was home, introduced the guests, and ordered dinner to be prepared. The servants immediately scattered to carry out the orders. Ains looked around the luxurious hall and asked in surprise if this was really her family's ancestral estate. Reika proudly confirmed this was only one of the Brandy estates. The boy quietly muttered that the nobles of this kingdom rather build palaces than help people. Rika replied that without her support, they would have long ago been thrown behind bars for insulting an aristocrat. On the table, dishes were already shining: juicy meat, bread, soups, and wines. Ainz involuntarily swallowed saliva, not believing that all this was for them. Sophia and Rika laughed when he asked in surprise if it was really possible to eat all this. The girls explained that first they had to wait for the head of the house. But suddenly the door burst open. An elderly man with thick mustaches ran into the room. He grabbed Rika by the shoulders, anxiously asking if she was injured. She smiled gently and replied that everything was fine. The man, barely holding back his emotions, hugged his daughter tightly, thanking the gods for her safety. The servant timidly reminded that there were guests present in the hall. The Marquis quickly composed himself and straightened his back, looking at the newcomers with respect. Rika solemnly introduced her savior, a young man named Ainz, a great wizard who saved her squad and destroyed the evil mage. The man bowed, sincerely thanking him for this. Next to the young man stood Sophia, a proud knight of the Order of the Silver Knights. She politely bowed and introduced herself as the faithful servant of Lord Ainz, warmly adding that she was glad to meet him. The Marquis, surprised by her manners, thanked her for saving his daughter. He suggested postponing serious talks until tomorrow and invited everyone simply to enjoy the dinner. The guests thanked the host and began the meal. Ainz, impressed by the luxury of the dishes, apologized for his manners. He felt uncomfortable eating with one hand. The Marquis smiled, saying that it did not matter. Rika asked with interest why he did not summon his magical hand. The young man replied that he created it thanks to a spell, but decided to keep it hidden, as it deserved rest after today's banquet. Then Ainz still activated the spell, Divine Hand. A bright energy flashed, and a transparent hand appeared on him. The host froze in amazement, and the young man, smiling, took a fork and tried the dish. The taste turned out to be so perfect that the boy could not hold back his emotions. Tears of happiness appeared in his eyes. The girls laughed, and the Marquis looked intently at the amazing hand. He asked Sophia what kind of magic it was. She calmly explained that it was one of Lord Ainz's personal spells, created by him personally. The man sighed and said he would never forget such a miracle. After all, once only the immortal witch had such power. Then he turned to Ainz, asking if it was magic that saved his daughter. The young man confirmed, and Rika proudly affirmed his words, describing the event as something incredible. She eagerly tried to tell the details, gesturing with her hands, and the boy just smiled, understanding that her story already sounded exciting. The Marquis listened to them carefully, and, recalling the enemy's name, clarified whether the mage was really Corberry. He thanked them for destroying the criminal, setting aside the empty plate. After a short pause, the host invited the guests to visit the royal castle the next day. His Majesty wishes to personally thank the saviors of his family. Ainz tried to object, embarrassed, saying he had no royal manners and was not ready for such a meeting. However, the Marquis assured him he would walk alongside and handle everything. He advised to leave all worries until tomorrow and just rest. The guests thanked for the hospitality, and the servants escorted them to the chambers. It was already getting dark outside the window. Left alone, Ainz sighed with relief. The day had been exhausting. Lying in the bath, he thought about how much the village of Tas had changed, and how quickly time passes. His thoughts returned to old friends, Evan and Silica. He quietly whispered their names, as if hoping they would hear. Meanwhile, in the library, the Marquis, stirring his tea, recalled Sophia's words, that she serves Ainz. The daughter asked in surprise what that meant. The father replied that the Silver Knights serve only one, the great white-haired wizard, Lord Ainz, who has long been considered dead. She held her breath and whispered if he meant that this could be the very same Ainz. The Marquis only shook his head. It was too early to draw conclusions. First, they needed to observe and learn more. Meanwhile, Ainz himself, noticing a blot of ink on his clothes, removed it with a simple cleansing spell. He smiled and said it was good that he noticed it in time. At that moment, Reika entered the room, in an evening dress sparkling in the light of the candelabra. She asked how he was feeling. Ains smiled and said that she looked stunning, like a forest fairy. The girl laughed, accusing him of flattery, and the boy thought that probably Silica once taught him to say such words. Sophia joined them in a delicate blue dress. Reika said with admiration that she looked wonderful. Ains felt a pleasant fragrance from Sophia, her hair shining with soft silver. For a moment, it seemed to him that time had stopped. Embarrassed, he ran his hand through his hair and joked that he should also have at least brushed it a little. At that moment, the Marquis entered and asked if they were ready to depart. Their path led to a magnificent royal castle, behind which snow-capped mountains rose. The sun played on its towers like on mirrors. Near the throne hall stood a warrior in gilded armor. His voice thundered, "Before you is His Majesty. Kneel!" And everyone knelt in deep submission. The Marquis leaned toward Ains, whispering for him to repeat his words. The young man nodded, feeling his heart pounding. He truly felt like a knight. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out in the hall. The king ordered Marquis Brandy to raise his head. Silence dissolved into the air, and the heavy breath of the hall echoed as the man slowly lifted his eyes to the throne. The main character looked up with interest when the king ordered everyone to raise their heads. The warriors and courtiers simultaneously obeyed the command after the armored commander loudly repeated the monarch's words. On the throne sat the ruler majestic, calm, but his gaze blazed with power. To his right, a young, beautiful girl. To the left stood two young men in shining mantles. The king greeted Marquis Brandy, saying he was glad to see him again, as they had not met for years since the last war with the Empire. He agreed, adding that the battle was extremely bloody back then. The king looked at Reika, noting how she had grown. He last saw her as a child. The girl only smiled and bowed politely. The monarch said that he had already reviewed their report, and it was great that they managed to detain the sorcerer, Corberry. His voice was steady, almost emotionless. His eyes remained closed. Ains was surprised by the ruler's calmness. What troubled him was something else. The very room. In this hall, a strange, oppressive, magical power was felt. The atmosphere was filled with energy that seemed to seep from the floor and walls. The boy mentally acknowledged, this place hides something extraordinary. When the Marquis mentioned that it was his daughter who personally apprehended the criminal, the king leaned forward with interest and asked to hear the details. Then his gaze stopped on Ainsy. The lord, calling him a young man, calmly asked his name. The boy fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere tensed. Then the commander in armor sternly reminded that this was a question from His Majesty and ordered an answer. The gazes of those present focused on Ainsy. Sophia also glanced at him, and the young man himself, as if pondering something, touched the floor, feeling the pulsating magic through his fingers. He asked Sophia to introduce him, explaining that he did not have time for long speeches now. His voice sounded calm, but his eyes were alert. Such behavior shocked everyone. The commander was already opening his mouth to scold the insolent one, but the king suddenly laughed, and the hall was filled with the echo of his deep laughter. The monarch, smiling, said that such insolence is a rare trait, inherent only to true mages. He promised to remember Ains's name. The boy sighed with relief, thinking that it was good the king was not angry. Meanwhile, the monarch asked if he was a member of the Order of the Silver Knights. Sophia stepped forward, and with a slight smile confirmed that she belonged to the order. The king recalled Commander Gauss, who had helped him more than once, and asked why she was here. Unexpectedly, Ains interrupted the ruler. He stood up, apologized, but firmly stated that he had to inspect this hall. Even the king looked surprised by such boldness. The commander in armor exploded with anger, calling it betrayal. But the king raised his hand, ordering to stop, saying that the hero has the right to his own actions. The knight disagreed. His voice trembled with indignation. When he moved toward the youth, Sophia instantly stood between them. The commander ordered her to step back, but she firmly replied that she had sworn always to protect her lord. The king raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing the word, lord. Reka quietly whispered for Ains to stop, as this bordered on blasphemy. However, the boy only smiled and calmly said that he felt traces of an ancient ritual in this hall. He was simply bursting with curiosity to find out what had happened here. Meanwhile, in a distant corridor, a young woman in expensive clothing sighed and asked why she was summoned at such an early hour. A maid whispered that it was not appropriate to call His Majesty a boy, but the lady only smiled and replied that to her he was still the same kid. She elegantly opened a large fan and said that nothing terrible had happened, so there was no need to worry. They slowly walked down the long corridor. The maid asked the lady to hurry because the audience had already begun, but she barely remembered where exactly the throne room was. Sighing, the woman complained that she would like a glass of wine right now. The maid got angry, but went to carry out the order. Lizelot smiled and asked not to be angry, saying that she just couldn't resist joking about the young ones. Then she asked to speed up the pace. She looked ahead, into the dark passage from which a muffled noise came, and wondered what was happening there. Meanwhile, in the hall, Ains stood before Sophia, who was desperately defending him. He apologized, explaining that he just felt a strange energy and couldn't restrain his curiosity. The commander in armor got even angrier and shouted that one cannot behave so freely in the presence of the king. But Ains only calmly asked, "And what exactly is so terrible about true knowledge?" The hero calmly stated that if he swore allegiance to the king, he would betray the oath to magic, and that could not be. His voice carried unwavering confidence bordering on a challenge. The commander, enraged by such audacity, was about to scold the boy, but suddenly someone's authoritative voice ordered him to stop. Before the throne appeared Lizelot, majestic and cold-blooded, her eyes sparkling like icy crystal. She said that Ains wasn't their enemy. The commander wanted to object, but the king only calmly remarked that the lady was late. She replied that she had her own matters, and that was all. Ains thanked her for finally appearing and, raising his hand, activated the spell, Divine Hand. Before everyone, a glow flared in the air. Light emerged from the boy's hand, bright and pure, causing all present to instinctively step back. The commander was caught, not believing his eyes. Even the experienced mages at the court silently observed, stunned by the power of this manifestation. Ains, putting the glove on his glowing hand, smiled and addressed Lizelot, asking her to show him her magic. The girl irritably closed the fan and fell silent. The boy asked, raising his eyebrows in surprise, if that was all, or if she would demonstrate anything more. Lizelot turned to the king and asked if he was now convinced. He nodded, saying there was no doubt. This young man truly possessed divine power. The girl pondered, looking at his hand, and suddenly understood where the familiar glow came from. Marquis Brandy apologized to her, introducing himself by name. She calmly looked at him, and with a slight smile said she recognized him. It was indeed him, only older. The Marquis agreed, noting that many years had passed, but then her face changed. She spoke with cold disgust that she could not tolerate the presence of this dirty magic, and it would be better never to see it again. The Marquis grimly agreed, and Lizelot, turning back to the king, said she was leaving. He thanked her for her participation, and Ains only looked after her in confusion, not understanding the reason for her departure. The king explained that she only wanted to be convinced of his power. Now that there were no doubts left, he suggested moving on to the reward, and asked the boy what he desired. Brandy bowed and asked that the city of Ains be officially recognized as the possession of the Brandy family, but the king regretfully replied that this was impossible. The Marquis explained that the city was an autonomous territory. He only sought to become its ally. Then he asked permission to negotiate with its ruler, and everyone's gaze turned to Ains. The boy barely smiled and nodded. The king solemnly gave his consent, and the Marquis thanked him with relief. Suddenly, Ains stood up, apologized, and addressed the monarch. The hall instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on him. The young man asked if he was allowed to inspect the throne. The king laughed loudly, saying that this boy never ceases to amaze. At that moment, a woman entered the hall with a glass of wine, barely smiling. She said that the Marquis had brought an extraordinarily interesting young man, and asked to be told about him. The king confirmed that he already knew. Before them was a true mage. But Lizelot only slightly tilted her head, and said that he called himself Ains Silvatus. She said that perhaps this was the very legendary blonde wizard, the author of the ancient book, The Beginning. Those present froze. One of the advisors exclaimed that it was impossible. Such a thing could not be. But the woman continued. His teacher was the demonic god Ains himself, imprisoned in the forests. The glass in her hand crumbled to ashes. She said that he was the one who created the concept of magic, and if he had appeared again, times of great upheaval lay ahead. For there is nothing more terrifying than the awakening of a deity that has slept for millennia. After the audience, 2 carriages drawn by pairs of horses slowly drove through the city streets, passing each other near the square. The Marquis quietly told Ains that he impressed him, and thank the gods the king did not order his execution on the spot. His face darkened, his arms crossed over his chest. A new stage of the power game awaited ahead. The man inquisitively asks the boy if he felt unwell, if it was suffocating in the castle, if it was too cold, and most importantly, why he behaved so strangely. His voice was calm, but restrained anger was clearly felt in it. Ains perfectly understood that behind Brandy's outward calm, anger was boiling, so he decided to speak cautiously. Everything seemed to have gone well, but the thought that he might have offended the host gnawed at him more and more. The boy glanced at the girls. Reka was sweetly sleeping, and Sophia quietly bowed her head, closing her eyes. He wondered if she was angry with him after everything that happened today. To distract himself, Ains decided to recall the past. Before his eyes appeared the quiet valley of the village Toss, his childhood, and the people he had not seen for many years. The name surfaced in his memory, Silica, and as if in response, her imaginary figure suddenly appeared before him, formidable, angry, so familiar. She reproached him for promising to visit and forgetting, blaming everything on magical affairs. This insult made him feel eerie. Even in his own thoughts, Silica did not stop scolding him, calling him a senseless and absent-minded idiot who only thinks about spells. When they arrived, the maids bowed to Brandy, joyfully announcing that lunch was already ready. Everyone was exhausted and thanked them for their care, and one girl promised dessert as well. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. The warmth of the kitchen, the smell of baked goods, and the laughter of the maids created a coziness they so lacked after the tense events in the palace. Brandy coughed, trying to change the subject, and addressed Ains. He inquired how long the boy planned to stay in the capital, and without waiting for an answer, added that he had an important proposal. The Marquis stated that Ains could stay in his house as long as he wished, and promised to provide him with everything necessary. This generosity deeply impressed the boy. Ains sincerely thanked him, not hiding his joy. Gratitude sounded in his voice, which he had not felt for a long time. Not for hospitality, but for simple human warmth. The following days passed quietly. The boy walked the streets, tasted street food, enjoyed hot baths, and slept longer than ever before. Life became calm and almost carefree. White birds flew near his window, and the air was filled with the aroma of coffee and a sunny morning. One day, sitting at the table with a cup of coffee, he realized that he had relaxed too much. He felt ashamed. He had forgotten about the goal, about studying, about the path of the mage. He tried to remember how much time had passed. He felt awkward from the cold looks of the maids. Deep in his soul, he felt that he was turning into a lazy person, living at someone else's expense. Then he decided to repay the Brandy family. He called a maid and asked where Reka was now. She replied that the lady was training in the garden together with Miss Sophia. Hearing this, Ainz was surprised. Nearby, the entrance exam to the Magic Academy was just taking place. He realized that he could not sit idly by. Jumping up, he hurried outside, deciding that this time he would help Rika in training and show that he was not eating bread in this house for nothing. The maid smiled, wishing him a safe journey. In the spacious garden in front of the mansion, training was in full swing. 2 girls crossed swords, their movements precise and full of strength. The blades rang, clanging echoed in the air until one of the girls, Rika, lost her balance. The sword slipped from her hands, and she herself fell to her knees, breathing heavily. Sophia approached her, smiling with the warmth of a mentor, and said that she had indeed become stronger. But if the opponent physically dominates, one must not lose vigilance even for a moment. Behind stood a maid with a towel, and Rika, wiping sweat, asked for another round. Sophia refused. Excessive training could be harmful. The girl wanted to object when a familiar voice sounded behind them. Ainz stood at the entrance to the garden, smiling, and said that it was a wonderful duel. Sophia greeted him, wishing him good morning, and Rika raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was just wandering the city again. The boy laughed and replied that this time he came to help with training. His determination caused surprise and a hidden smile among the girls. Sophia, sighing jokingly, said that lately he only idles, eats, strolls, sleeps until noon. Yet despite this, his magical power does not weaken even a bit. Rika admitted that even though she admired his skill, they currently have a break, and training is postponed. But when Ainz insisted, she agreed with a sigh. One cannot refuse a hero. Sophia winked and said that he should show Rika the same spell with which he defeated the armored grizzly. It was both a test and a lesson at the same time. The boy was momentarily confused, but still agreed. His gaze became serious. He understood that this demonstration could become a true inspiration for her. Ainz warned Rika that it was still too early for such a level, but she could observe. He asked her for a sword, and when he took it in his hands, the girl, holding her breath, asked, "What kind of spell combines magic and blade?" The hero asked the girl how magic works. She answered that one needs to concentrate energy inside the body, feel its flow, imagine the result, and then the spell will manifest. Ainz nodded and explained that a mage's level depends on the power he can hold inside. A spell is born from words, but true magic begins where a person paves their own path for it. He noted that Sophia has excellent control over energy, but does not possess mass spells. There are 2 types of magic, internal and external. The girl raised her eyes in surprise. Internal magic, he explained, is simple. You just need to listen to yourself and release energy. Remember how you drank the potion. Did you feel something when the wounds were healing? Sophia thought, and replied that then warmth spread through her body, like a flow that envelops every muscle. Ainz smiled and said that this was magical energy. If you listen carefully, you can feel it even now. The girl closed her eyes. A faint halo lit up around her. She opened her eyes and quietly whispered that she truly felt the power filling her body. The hero praised her, noting that this was the beginning of inner strengthening. The rail couldn't hold back and asked if she could also feel the same. After all, if there is magic in her too, why doesn't it manifest? The boy replied that the matter was in her movements. She directs the flow incorrectly, causing the energy to dissipate. The girl asked in surprise, "Is it really that simple?" Ainz explained that any inaccuracy can be fatal. To strengthen the body with magic, you need to know how every muscle works. Otherwise, you can destroy yourself from the inside. Rika remembered these words. She assumed that Sophia simply has better control over her body, and the boy confirmed that it is true. Strength and harmony are born from understanding one's own essence. Then he ordered Sophia to activate body reinforcement. He himself was not going to hold back. He asked the girls to move to a safe distance, but even this turned out to be insufficient. The hero sternly ordered to step back even further. Even the maid standing nearby looked surprised, not understanding why he insisted so much. Ein stood opposite Sophia, and the rest stepped aside. The air around trembled with anticipation. Reika did not believe that an ordinary sword could reach the rival at such a distance. But when the hero asked if Sophia was ready, she calmly nodded. She warned that she was starting an attack and rushed forward with lightning speed. But Ainz intercepted her move and counterattacked. This even surprised Reika, who felt the air cut by a sharp breath of power. Sophia did not expect this. Her eyes widened when she realized that even from a distance, he managed to deliver an accurate strike. The boy, without changing his tone, asked if she understood now. Now it was his turn to show the real technique. He stepped forward and attacked again. Sophia tried to block the strike, but a wave of energy pushed her back. The ground shook. A dust explosion covered everything around. The air became thick with magical vibrations. The girls froze, seeing nothing through the cloud of light and stones. Reika asked the maid if she could see them. She only replied confusedly that no, nothing was visible. She added that Mr. Brandy would probably not be pleased. And she was right. When the dust settled, it was clear that half of the garden had turned into ruins. Brandy stood with a gloomy expression. He calmly thanked them for plowing his garden and said now a whole town could be built here. Then, with a sad smile, he added that if they needed vegetables so much, they could have just asked. From now on, they would probably only eat theirs. Ains sighed heavily, realizing it would have been better to just take a walk. 2 weeks passed until Reika's entrance exam. She trained with the sword every day, sparing no effort, and her movements became more precise. Sophia asked her friend not to rush because the main thing was concentration, not strength. The girl agreed, and Ainz watched from the side, keeping a calm, attentive gaze. He reminded them that spells are only one way magic manifests. True power begins when the mind goes beyond usual concepts. Sophia nodded, listening thoughtfully. Reika said that when she learned to control energy properly, she would become a true mage. But now her body was exhausted, and she could barely stand. Then Brandy approached them, asking if Ainz and Sophia were going to accompany Reika to the exam. They all sat down together at the table, and the hero immediately said that he was not at all against accompanying Reika to the exam, as he was curious to see everything with his own eyes. Ainz asked how high the level of the Academy's mages was, and Kansas smiled upon hearing this. Reika assured her father that she would handle any challenge, and he proudly agreed. The hero cautiously asked if he could also participate in the exam itself, or if that would be a problem. Kansas explained that the application submission had long ended, but each applicant was allowed to bring one servant, so Ainz could go with Reika specifically as her escort. The hero easily agreed. Reika, blushing a little, jokingly said that now, as her servant, he must unconditionally obey orders. Ainz replied that he was ready for anything, but the girl laughed, explaining that she was only joking. Sophia added that then she would become the servant of the servant. However, that was impossible, and the girl seriously declared that she would never leave her master Ainz. The day of the exam arrived. When the carriage pulled up, the hero looked around in surprise at the huge campus and asked if this was really the Academy of Magic, as it seemed so spacious. Reika sternly reminded him not to leave her, since servants were forbidden to leave their masters even during the exam. The boy looked at the crowd with interest and asked if all these people were students. The girl replied that even ordinary citizens came for the trials. At that moment, someone called her by name. A young sorceress approached them, and behind her calmly walked a boy with glasses. Reika immediately recognized Kirsha. She greeted her friend with good morning, glad that she was also participating in the selection. A familiar boy stood nearby, and they warmly exchanged words after a long separation. The hero politely greeted the princess, and she replied that she had not seen him for a long time, and asked again if he was really Ainz. He apologized for the previous meeting, but the girl smiled and said that he had put on a real show then. Sidel, who was standing nearby, recognized him as the mage mentioned by Lady Lieselot. Ainz replied that he wasn't taking the exam, but had come only as Reika's servant, wishing to see the academy. Then he clarified if that was the same Liselot, the woman in the red dress. Kirsche confirmed that it was indeed her, the court mage and advisor to her father. Meanwhile, all the students were called to gather in the main hall. A boy with a magical loudspeaker announced that the first stage would be a written test, and everyone needed to sit at the tables according to their numbers. The hero was surprised to see the device that amplifies the voice, and thought about why he himself had not thought of creating such a thing earlier. Reika wished him to stay in the waiting hall, and he wished her good luck, confident that she would do well. By the order of the supervisors, all the accompanying persons were led to a separate room. Sidel suggested sitting next to him, and Oins agreed. One dissatisfied boy began to grumble that the chairs were terribly uncomfortable, boasting that he served the noble Darius from the Sobi house. Sidel adjusted his glasses and whispered that this guy always boasts about his origin, but it is better not to argue with him. A signal for the start sounded in the hall. Dozens of students leaned over the sheets, diligently writing. Ains asked Sidel what exactly was included in the test, and heard that it was mathematics, history, magical theory, and a practical spell. Even with mentors, such a test was difficult. The hero was surprised what was difficult about it. But Sidel replied that the issue was not in the tasks, but in the sheets themselves. Ains glanced at the paper and frowned. The inscriptions were intertwined and changed shape, as if alive. Sidel explained that this was not an ordinary sheet, but a magical artifact that forms questions according to the candidate's level. The hero nodded in amazement. He inquired about what other magical tools were used during training, and Sidel gave examples, which only made Ains more fascinated. The hero pondered how much the world had changed in these few years, if even exams were conducted through spells. A voice sounded from the loudspeaker in the hall, announcing the end of the first stage. Everyone was allowed to take a break. It seemed that even the air had become lighter. Reika left the hall, wiping sweat, and Ains smiled with relief. He praised her for a good job, and Sidel thanked Kirsche for her help, saying that without her, they would not have managed. Kirsche smiled and asked to be addressed simply by her name. The hero was confused because she was a princess, but the girl easily replied that it did not change anything. Let him speak freely, without titles and bows. Ains pronounced her name without condescension for the first time. Kirsche nodded approvingly, noting that there was no need for formalities, as noble manners were unnecessary among friends. A young man with a smug smile approached them, introducing himself as Dorius Sobi, the eldest son of Marquis Sobi. He greeted politely, but his voice carried arrogance. Seeing Reika, Dorius feigned surprise, asking if she was here too. The girl replied irritably that, yes, they were the same age. The boy mockingly asked why she needed magic, suggesting she should rather bake bread, since their lands were famous for wheat. Reika indignantly ordered him to be quiet, stating that she had studied under her servant. She proudly pronounced Ains's name. The arrogant young man asked in surprise if she really called him her mentor. Then Dorius laughed loudly across the hall, mocking that she was learning from a cripple, and asked what she could learn from such a man. Reika angrily replied that he was laughing in vain, as Ains was the best candidate for the title of knight. Her words impressed those present. Dorius mockingly asked if she was implying that he, a swordmaster, would lose to a boy without an arm and a leg. The girl stated that strength is not measured by appearance. Ains calmly observed the quarrel. Dorius demanded a duel, but at that moment, someone sternly ordered them to stop the fight. A man in a dark cloak approached them and emphasized that they were on the territory of the Academy of Magic, where fights are strictly forbidden. Everyone instantly recognized him. It was Herald himself, one of the overseers. Those present respectfully bowed their heads, and silence fell over the hall. Herald warned that if Dorius raised his sword here, he would disgrace his family name. If they wished to fight, let them do so after the exam, and he would be the judge. Dorius agreed, gladly accepting the challenge. Herald shifted his gaze to Ains and asked what he would say. He politely thanked for the offer, but Reika angrily elbowed him, so he nodded. Harold promised to prepare the arena after the trial. Doria slyly warned that Ains might try to run away, but Reika shouted that it would be him who would have to run. Sidel suggested going to lunch instead of quarreling, and everyone agreed. He politely asked Lady Reika where she would like to eat. Reika thanked for the dishes, praising the chef who, as always, had outdone himself. Ains wished everyone a good meal, enjoying the cozy break. During the conversation, the hero asked what the titles Swordmaster and Holy Swordsman meant. Kirsha explained that these were ranks of fencers in the Galen Empire. Ains listened attentively as she listed 4 levels: Swordmaster, Holy Swordsman, Sword Emperor, and Sword God. Dorius was currently only at the master level. The hero thought that this hierarchy was too complicated. Reika cheerfully declared that she would still defeat him in a moment, and Ains just waved his hand, advising to forget about it. After taking a sip of coffee, he announced that the practical stage of the exam would soon begin, which would be the most interesting part. The organizer solemnly announced the start of the second stage. Each participant in turn had to demonstrate their own spell when they heard their name. One by one, the students went out to the arena. Some easily created fireballs, others hesitantly stumbled over the formulas, causing the audience to laugh. Ains observed and noted that so far there was nothing special. The neighbor nodded approvingly, saying that this was exactly why everyone wanted to enroll, to learn real magic. The hero pondered, examining the abilities of others, and was confident that Reika could surpass everyone. Finally, her name was called. Reika Brandy stepped forward, full of determination. She was ordered to create balls of fire and water. Someone jokingly said that the main thing was that they wouldn't explode. The girl closed her eyes, and without a single sound, created a fireball. The spectators looked at each other in surprise because no one heard the spell. Everyone was stunned, discussing that she had just used silent magic, extremely rare and difficult even for experienced mages. Even the examiners did not hide their admiration. And Reika, calmly inhaling, prepared to show the second spell, creating a water ball. Reika raised her hand and created a ball of water, as quiet as the previous one. Without a single word, without a breeze, the magic came to life on its own. People watched, holding their breath, unable to believe they were seeing silent sorcery again. One of the examiners interestedly asked to show the average rank of magic, for example, fire spear. The girl confidently nodded, her gaze shining with determination. Reika focused, slowly closed her eyes to avoid distractions, and began a short incantation. Feeling the warmth of mana trembling in the air, everyone who stood nearby was stunned. A concise, medium-level challenge. Only graduates of the academy can handle that. A murmur of surprise swept through the hall. A blazing spear burst from her palm. The spectators froze in amazement, and Reika herself suddenly realized it was this very technique that Ains had taught her, and now she understood the true power of his training. Sidel, watching, could not believe his own eyes. His glasses flashed, and his heart quickened. Ains only silently watched, feeling pride and quiet tenderness. The girl stood calmly, with dignity. People discussed that it was a mid-level spell, but again silent. Her skill was impressive. Sidel whispered that it was incredible, and turned to Ains, asking if he had taught her. He calmly replied that he had just held the first lesson today. The judges asked if she was capable of mastering high-level magic as well. Reika smiled and replied that she was, but not now. She apologized to the jury, admitting that she could not yet control such powerful flows, and modestly lowered her gaze. One of the judges asked if she could at least try. Reika politely refused, explaining that it was too early, and haste would ruin the balance. Then she was asked to show her favorite spell. One of the judges leaned forward slightly, waiting for her answer. The girl took a deep breath and silently created a triple fire spear. 3 arrows of flame exploded in the air. People shouted with delight. Princess Kirsha clapped her hands, exclaiming that it was incredible. Her gaze immediately fell on Ains, who was standing aside. She thought that if this was his training, then he was a true genius. Ains only awkwardly turned away, not understanding why the princess was looking at him so intently. After the demonstration, the fencing stage began. The judges carefully made notes, evaluating every movement of the participants. The exam lasted until evening. The results were to be announced later, when everyone left the arena. People discussed what they had seen, tired but excited. Ains stood aside with a dissatisfied expression. Something seemed to be weighing on him. A premonition was stirring inside. It was announced that next would be a duel between Ains and Tarish. They were allowed to fight only with wooden swords, without using combat magic. The judge reminded that the duel ends if someone surrenders or loses the ability to continue. Deadly strikes were strictly prohibited. They were allowed to choose their weapons. Tarish confidently took a heavy sword, feeling like a winner even before the start. He said condescendingly to Ains not to worry, promising not to hurt too much. But Ains calmly replied that injuries were inevitable in battle. The opponent mockingly warned him to take care of his other hand. Ains said with ironic fatigue that he was already afraid, which angered the arrogant fighter. The judge raised his hand, announcing readiness, and sharply lowering it, shouted, "Begin!" Tarish was the first to rush forward, swinging over his head. Ains calmly dodged, sliding aside, and met the opponent's gaze with cold silence. His movements were light, almost ghostly. The opponent tried to strike again, but the hero dodged and counterattacked, with a precise, almost invisible move. The girls in the stands froze. Reka whispered that the fight was hard for Ains, but Sidel noticed that he was simply exhausting the enemy without wasting strength. After several exchanges of blows, Tarish admitted that Ains had impressed him, but warned not to expect mercy. The hero held the sword with only one hand, which caused whispers in the crowd. Sidel whispered in surprise that it was a two-handed blade, and holding it like that was almost impossible. Ains himself glanced at the blade and smiled faintly. He felt his body recalling ancient power, and his movements regaining the confidence he had once lost in the past. The hero realized that although combat magic was forbidden, no one had cancelled control over mana. He sharply shifted his center of gravity and rushed into attack, filling his body with hidden power. The next moment, the opponent lunged forward and pushed him so hard that Ains flew back and hit the wall. The stones trembled from the impact. The spectators gasped. Someone shouted Ains's name, someone the opponent's. A real tension filled the hall, the breath of the audience merging with the roar of the arena. Tarish looked at the boy with contempt, thinking he was just lucky. If not for the secret mana control, this blow would have broken all his bones. The hero got up, wiping sweat. He admitted that he had managed to strengthen his body with a magical flow, and if he had been late even for a moment, he would have long lain motionless. Ains took a deep breath and warned the opponent that now he had no choice left. He was perfectly ready, and now attacked. The opponent did not even have time to blink when a blinding flash cut through the space. The sunlight flashed, and Ains instantly appeared before him. With cold confidence, the hero said he wielded the sword no worse than knights, but lacked their pride. His movements became almost inaudible. Suddenly, the opponent lunged with fury. Ains dodged, then froze as if he saw something strange. A shadow of doubt flashed in his eyes. He thought it was the end, but Tarish laughed and shouted that he only dreams of victory, then struck again with all his might. Sidel was watching in delight, not understanding how Ains dodges such angles of attack. Tarish got even angrier, swung his sword, and it broke with a crack. Reka and Kersha shouted in unison, unable to contain their emotions. Their eyes burned with delight, and their hearts beat in time with the movements of the swords. Harold watched tensely, clenching his hands. Meanwhile, Darius had already begun to relax, believing that his favorite's victory was inevitable. At that moment, Tarish raised his sword for the final strike. His blade sliced through the air with a loud sound, splitting Ains's blade in half. One of the observers whispered that the situation was critical. One more moment and defeat would become inevitable. Tarish proudly pointed his sword at the unarmed opponent, declaring that this is the end, and victory belongs to him. But the incredible happened. His own sword suddenly shattered into hundreds of fragments, as if it melted into the air. Ains stood calmly, looking at it as something natural. Reika and the other girls froze, their mouths half open in shock. A dead silence hung in the air, pressing on the chest. The judge also could not hide his fear. Even for him, such a thing was beyond comprehension. Darius sharply leaned back in his chair, his heart pounding, sweat running down his temple. He could not believe his eyes. Tarish himself stood, clenching his fists, not understanding where his sword had disappeared. His empty hand trembled in the air. Ains calmly explained that he had concentrated mana so densely that its shockwave crushed the blade from the inside. He added that this required a great expenditure of energy. Harold finally came to his senses, raised his hand, and declared the duel over, arguing that both had lost their weapons. His voice trembled, but sounded firm. The royal judge confirmed the result, a draw. Darius shuddered with indignation, but the rest accepted the verdict silently, although tension burned in each of their eyes. Already near night, Reika, shining with joy, told Ains how incomparable the faces of Darius and Tarish looked after the announcement of the result. She stated that although officially it was a draw, for her it was a true victory. Her voice trembled with pride, and a smile did not leave her face. Then she suddenly fell silent, and looked at him for a long time, with an unknown sparkle in her gaze. Her hands nervously clenched the hem of her dress. Reika shifted nervously from foot to foot, while Ains walked ahead, unaware of her anxiety. Suddenly, unable to hold back, she burst into tears, and grabbing his hand, began to apologize for her feverishness and carelessness that had caused him so much trouble. The hero turned around, looking at her in surprise, and gently replied that nothing terrible had happened. He sincerely assured her that he bore no grudge and was glad that everything ended well. Warm lights flashed in the windows of the houses, cutting through the darkness of the street. Reika, still agitated, explained the reason for her anxiety. Ains walked silently beside her, immersed in his own thoughts, which made the girl begin to suspect the worst. The boy apologized, confessing that he had simply been lost in thought. Recalling the recent duel, he shared his reflections. He was particularly interested that Tarish, by imperial standards, had reached the level of swordmaster and at the same time possessed magic. This combination of blade power and spells made a deep impression on Ains. Reika did not hide her surprise upon hearing that their opponent was not only a fencer, but also a mage. The boy added that, in his opinion, Tarish's mastery of magic even surpassed Sophia. If such a fighter is considered only a swordmaster, then how powerful must those who stand above be? With a smile, Ains admitted that he was genuinely enchanted by such harmony between magic and the sword. He had never imagined that these two arts could merge into such an effective unity. His gaze shone with sincere admiration. Reika, eyes wide open, stared at Ains as if trying for the first time to understand who really stood before her. A sudden fear gripped her. Deep in her soul, a troubling doubt arose. Was this person truly human? They continued walking down the night street, and Ains, looking ahead, confessed that the academy's level had disappointed him. Reika smiled and said that it was not surprising, as he was too outstanding for this world. The boy objected, but the girl, laughing, dismissed his modesty. At that time, in the palace, in the monarch's luxurious chambers, another conversation was taking place. Among the courtiers stood a woman with a cold gaze, speaking about how everyone should be prepared for the coming events. In her hand, a crystal glass smoked slowly, from which light dark smoke rose. The glass began to dissolve before their eyes, and she calmly continued her speech, hinting that the threat was already near, and everyone present felt it. Finishing her speech in a gentle tone, she reminded that there was nothing more terrifying than an awakened deity. A sarcastic smile of Ains surfaced in memory, causing her face to flare with anger. The king was silent, but the tension on his face grew. Harold, standing nearby, looked anxiously at the advisors, and a burly man with stern features asked fearfully if they were talking about a curse that could not be avoided. The woman, maintaining a cold mask, said that the magic of this youth caused her only disgust. If he truly decided to destroy the country, few would be able to stop him. The king recalled the vow that Ains had given him earlier and anxiously squeezed his hand. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Another advisor added that besides the possible threat from Ains, there was also a scandal surrounding the disappearance of Princess Kirsha, which could cause chaos in the academy. A third participant emphasized that the influence of the Brandy family should not be underestimated. The woman, crossing her arms, summarized that although Brandy formally requests an alliance, in fact, Ains would be the one controlling everything. Moreover, judging by Sophia's behavior, the Silver Knights probably already know his true origin. The king gloomily pondered, not understanding why a divine being would need to cooperate with Brandy. This thought troubled him. Harold placed his hand on his heart, promising to personally watch over Kirsha and Ains during their year of study at the academy. The king, without objection, approved this plan. Suddenly, cautious knocking was heard at the door in the silence. A servant reminded His Majesty about the scheduled meeting regarding the kingdom's finances. The monarch briefly replied that he would arrive shortly. As he was leaving, the king said goodbye to Lisalo. She, without changing her cold tone, said that she did not care about Ain's actions, but he had already crossed the line, dared to raise his hand against her. She narrowed her eyes, a threat ringing in her voice. If something like that happened again, there would be no leniency. The king replied anxiously that he would take her warning into account, and quickly left the chambers. Several days passed. Inside the castle walls, near the majestic towers, stood a modest building made of dark stone. Narrow windows with bars and 2 armed guards by a small window revealed its purpose. It was a prison. Behind the first gates hid massive doors with a tiny slit for observation. Cold and mustiness emanated from there. In a dark cell sat a man in chains. His bound body ached, and his thoughts wandered between boredom and contempt for the whole world. He smiled bitterly, thinking that the guards here were weak and inexperienced. Under such conditions, one could live forever without feeling any hardships. Suddenly, a familiar lock's creak sounded in the silence. The door slowly opened, letting in the corridor's light. The prisoner laughed loudly and brazenly shouted that he would say nothing until they brought him a steak and a bottle of wine. A silhouette of a woman in a wide hat appeared on the threshold. Her figure, illuminated by dim light, evoked a sense of cold danger. She calmly remarked that she was surprised to see him still alive. The prisoner's shoulders tensed. Gritting his teeth, he hoarsely asked who she was and why she had come. His voice mixed fear and anger. The woman stepped forward, her gaze flashing like a blade. The air grew heavy in the cell. At that moment, the maid waiting by the cell door anxiously warned Lady Lieselot that little time remained. The woman only smiled softly in response and calmly assured that she fully understood the warning. At that moment, the maid waiting by the cell door anxiously warned Lady Lieselot that little time remained. The woman only smiled softly in response and calmly assured that she fully understood the warning. The slave, seeing a woman in a hat entering the semi-darkness, sneered brazenly. A disgusting smile appeared on his face, and he laughed hoarsely, throwing out that probably the jailers decided to thank him for his endurance under torture with such a pleasant gift. When the lady came closer, the prisoner smugly muttered that the overseer had probably finally remembered his request. But his confidence instantly vanished when Lieselot smoothly descended in the air as if sitting on an invisible throne. The man blinked, not believing his eyes, and hoarsely asked if she was a witch. She calmly replied that she had come here for 2 reasons. First, to obtain from him information about a very important book, and only about the original. Hearing these words, The prisoner cautiously raised his head, his face flushed. Liselot explained in a steady voice that the book was too dangerous and needed to be found as soon as possible. She warned that it was useless to hide anything while his body was bound by magical shackles. The man froze, not uttering a word. Finally, he croakily asked if this book posed a danger to her personally. Liselot replied coldly that no, since she had already read something similar. After these words, a genuine horror flashed in the prisoner's eyes. He recalled the same dreadful smile on Ains's face and realized that Liselot could be no less terrifying a creature than he himself. Meanwhile, the woman with a barely noticeable smile said that she did not intend to use force, but had only one question for him. The prisoner tensed, his voice trembled, and he reluctantly said he would tell everything he knew. The lady only smiled slightly and gently replied that she did not intend to force him to confess. But suddenly something flashed in the air and with furious speed pierced his shackled wrist. The man cried out in pain, lowered his gaze, and with horror saw that one of his fingers was gone. In its place remained a burnt, clean wound. Blood slowly trickled down the chains, and the prisoner froze, not believing his own eyes. Liselot, with a face twisted in rage, sharply ordered an immediate answer. She wanted to know where he had gotten the original of the book and why the copy known to her lacked several pages. The captive trembled, not understanding what had happened. Cold sweat drenched his back. The woman took his silence as a challenge and only intensified the pressure. She coldly leaned in and, feigning surprise, asked if he had suddenly forgotten how to speak. The next moment, another finger turned into a bloody stump. Cries of pain filled the cell, echoing off the stone walls. Gasping in horror, he begged her to stop, promising to tell everything. Trembling, he finally croaked that the book she was looking for was only a copy of the original series that once belonged to Nova Zora. Liselot, with an icy face, ordered to continue, but the slave fell silent, bowing his head, only trembling from spasms and unable to utter a single word. Smiling terribly quietly, she guessed that perhaps he wished for continuation. And in a moment, the chamber was again filled with tearing screams. When the fourth finger met the same fate, he, barely breathing, gasping from pain, began to speak. This cursed book has long been divided into parts, and his former comrades kept only one, like a sacred relic. Liselot asked again if he meant the Book of Aurelius. Hearing this name, the prisoner shouted with his last strength for her to go, for the time allotted to her by the one waiting outside had already passed. The woman smiled calmly, understanding that he was talking about Morin, and told him not to worry about such trifles as time. She coldly explained that all the time spent here equals only a moment for the outside world. The man looked at her with horror, gradually realizing the meaning of her words. She hinted that time around them was stopped. He stood up, agitated and full of despair, shouting that it was impossible, for magic capable of stopping time does not exist. He screamed that even the greatest sorcerers could not create such a spell. Liselot only yawned with an indifferent look and reminded that she never said it was magic. Slightly smiling, she calmly said that what she used was witchcraft. Her eyes flashed with green light, and even the air in the chamber seemed dead. The air smelled of threat. The prisoner understood this meeting would be the beginning of something terrible. What was heard completely stunned the prisoner. He went numb, unable to utter a single word. His gaze wandered in the darkness, where between flashes of light stood a woman whose presence was felt as the burden of death itself. The slave, still in shock, suddenly remembered how during the battle, Ainz activated the spell, Divine Hand. Liselot slowly rose from her invisible chair and quietly asked what exactly he had seen. Hearing the answer, the woman with a sly smile decided to show him something similar. She stepped closer, bent down, and ran a thin object along his shackled arms, uttering the words of the spell, Acceleration of the Flow. Immediately after this, his wrist flared with bright flames. The captive howled so that the echo rolled through the entire corridor, and the flame greedily devoured the flesh, leaving only charred bone. Smiling, the tormentress coldly explained that this spell accelerates the flow of time for the victim's body, forcing it to feel thousands of moments of pain in seconds. The hand turned to ash, broke free from the chains, and fell onto the stone slabs. Seeing this, Liselot ironically advised, "Since nothing holds him anymore, the exit is to the left, and then up the stairs." Driven mad by pain, the man hoarsely asked why she was doing this. His lips trembled, and black foam dripped from his mouth. In response, she calmly named her name, Liselot. Then she added that she had another name, known only to the chosen. She called herself an immortal witch. At that very moment, the man howled from a new burst of pain, and her muffled giggle merged with his scream, as if she enjoyed the sound of another's suffering. Opening a fan, she ran her hand along her thigh and quietly whispered that even she was curious about what her own death would be like. Biting her lip, she removed all restrictions from the spell, unleashing all its terrible power. The flame flared again, and the chamber trembled from the unheard scream. Outside, the prison stood silent and calm, the night darkness hiding what was happening inside it. In a moment, the door quietly opened, and Liselot calmly stepped out. She apologized to the maid Morin, saying she couldn't help herself, but the maid replied in surprise that the lady had been inside for only a few seconds. The witch jokingly called herself inattentive and smiled. Walking confidently forward, Liselot said the work was done and it was time to return. She was curious about which relic the prisoner had mentioned. Morin silently followed her, but passing by the cell door, could not resist and stopped. She peered into the narrow window, trying to make out anything in the darkness. Liselot, without turning, noticed that this prisoner knew suspiciously much. With a light smile, she added that everything turned out to be even too simple. In the darkness behind the bars, the silhouette of a man still appeared, sitting motionless on a chair, hunched and frozen in eternal silence. Meanwhile, Ainz and Rika safely returned to the Brendi estate. The head of the family rejoiced, hugged his daughter, and bombarded her with questions about the exam at the academy. Then, having come to his senses, he suggested that everyone have dinner after the exhausting day, and ordered the maid to set the table immediately. Rika smiled, watching this fatherly care. Ainz also could not hold back a slight smile, looking at their family warmth. From the depths of the hall, a familiar figure approached him. It was Sophia. She greeted him, placing her hand on her heart, and Ainz responded with the same sincere smile. Soon the table was covered with a variety of dishes. Rika vividly recounted the details of the exam, emphasizing how the knowledge gained from Ainz impressed the teachers. The father, listening, proudly called his daughter a smart girl. Then she began to mime a duel with Dorius, telling how Ainz put the arrogant opponent in his place. The maid only sighed quietly, thinking that the young people were behaving too hot-headedly. Hearing about the duel, Sophia raised her eyebrows in surprise, not believing that Ainz had fought with the swordmaster. Ainz confirmed Rika's words with a smile, taking a sip of the aromatic drink. Laughter and calm conversation echoed in the house. The soft light of the lamps warmed the air. Placing the cup on the table, Brendi sincerely thanked Ainz for everything he had done for his family. He remembered that the exam results would be announced in a few days, and asked what plans the young man had. The latter, thoughtfully looking into the darkness outside the window, replied that he did not know yet. Then Ainz cautiously mentioned the throne of His Majesty, from which, according to him, came a strange, disturbing energy. He fell silent, not daring to continue. Brendi assured that he would find out everything from the king himself if Ainz waited a little. The young man thanked him with a slight smile, adding that there was no rush. Then he briefly told about his plans for the next day. Ainz said that during his stay in the kingdom, he had already explored almost the entire center. So tomorrow, he planned to go to the western outskirts to inspect that part of the capital as well. The aristocrat nodded, warning that the western part housed the trading quarter, so it was better to be careful and not trust strangers. Rising from her seat, Sophia decisively declared that she would definitely accompany him. Ainz was a little confused, but did not object, and looked hopefully at Rika. She politely but firmly replied that she had already promised to meet Princess Kirshi tomorrow. The young man sighed for a moment, realizing that he would have to go only with Sophia, and for some reason this worried him. The same girl was glowing with joy, assuring that she would take care of his safety. The boy only thought ironically that most dangers usually appeared because of her. When all the plans for tomorrow were agreed upon, Ainz stood up, thanked them, and said he would go to rest. The host of the house did not detain him and wished him a good night. The maid Lif opened the door with deep respect, letting the guests in. Brandy and Ainz exchanged polite wishes and headed to the corridor, leaving the girls alone. Rika waited until the heavy oak door closed, watching them with a careful gaze. Only then, smiling, she turned to Sophia, asking if she had managed to find anything interesting during her walk around the city today. Sophia nodded awkwardly and began to sincerely thank for the opportunity to shop. But Rika waved her hand with a smile, as if to say, "No need to thank for such trifles." She added that she was looking forward to tomorrow, as it promised to be special. The sun rose over Brandy's estate, signaling the start of a new day. Bright morning rays broke through the window and fell directly on Ainz's face, who was sleeping peacefully in a soft bed. There was a quiet knock on the door, and a familiar voice apologized for waking him. Outside the door, it was politely announced that breakfast had already been served and was almost finished, so he should hurry if he wished to join. The boy, half asleep, responded with a dissatisfied sigh. Soon Ainz, slightly bent from drowsiness, was walking behind Lif down the corridor, apologizing for being late. The girl explained that Mr. Brandy had gone to the royal castle, and Rika had also gone about her business. Sophia had been waiting for him in the dining room for a long time. Lif added with a slight smile that not only breakfast awaited him, but also a small, pleasant surprise. The boy raised an eyebrow in surprise. The maid opened the door to the dining room, letting Ainz in. He entered, greeted with a kind smile, and apologized for the long wait. Before him stood a completely different Sophia, in an elegant dress, with loose wavy hair and a soft smile. Her new look made the air in the room freeze. Ainz was momentarily confused, unable to hide his amazement at her beauty. She, noticing this, became embarrassed, thinking she looked strange. But the young man quickly came to his senses and assured her that the dress suited her wonderfully. He sincerely praised her, saying that she looked like a true lady. Sophia, flustered, quietly asked for permission not to take the sword so as not to spoil the outfit, and received consent. The boy could not hold back a smile, adding that in this image, she looked even better than in battle armor. A blush flashed across the girl's face. She laughed and sincerely thanked him for the compliment, clearly delighted by his words. Together they set off for the city, and Leaf, opening the door before them, wished them a pleasant walk. The western district of the capital greeted them with noise and bustle. Along the narrow streets, stalls and small houses stood closely together, and in the distance, a small castle was visible. People hurried about their business, and from time to time carts and carriages passed through the narrow streets. Looking around, Ainz noted that despite the noise, the commercial part of the city had an unusually pleasant atmosphere. Sophia agreed, and the men passing by could not help but notice her charm. Distracted from the conversation, Sophia asked why he really wanted to visit this district. The boy was silent for a moment, choosing his words. Then he barely smiled, answering that he wanted to check one thing and confirm his suspicions. To her clarifying question, he only nodded. Recalling the events at the academy, Ainz shared the observation that among the students, there were many commoners with powerful abilities, who were in no way inferior to the children of aristocrats. He was interested in where they got such power. Sophia quickly understood what Ainz was looking for. He was interested in how children from simple families learned magic without mentors. She guessed that there might be an unofficial teacher or a place where they teach secretly. The boy nodded, as the same thought had already occurred to him. Stopping in front of a busy intersection, he admitted that it was his first time in this area, and he had no idea where to find such people. So he suggested just walking around and looking, because there was plenty of time today. Several hours passed. Exhausted from the long, wandering streets, the young man began to sincerely regret not asking Mr. Brendy about the local features before setting off. Sophia, noticing his fatigue, asked if it was time to return. The boy wearily agreed, wiping sweat from his forehead, but suddenly, looking around, he remembered one more place they had not looked into. Sophia, following his gaze, immediately understood what he meant. These were slums. The atmosphere here changed sharply. Narrow streets, leaning huts, between which washed laundry hung. Dirt and the smell of poverty enveloped the air with heavy silence. Trash lay everywhere that no one cleaned up. Just on the street, under a cover of boards and rags, sat an old homeless man, gloomily watching the passers-by. Heinz, examining the cracked facades and leaning fences, walked with genuine interest, while Sophia silently clenched her hands beside him. Her heart tightened with pity. Suddenly, harsh screams rang out. Someone demanded to hand over something immediately. Sophia stopped, frowning, while the boy calmly raised his gaze, without much concern. Around the corner they saw 5 thugs surrounding a little girl. She was crying, begging them to stop, repeating that it was the last thing she had left. Sitting on her knees in the dirt, the girl tearfully begged for mercy. But the gang leader rudely ordered her to be silent and kicked her in the stomach, saying that people like her lived only thanks to their mercy. The men began mercilessly beating the child. She, sobbing, covered her head with her hands, trying to protect herself, but in vain. Her screams were drowned out by dull blows. The homeless man in the shack, near which Heinz and Sophia stood, only pulled his head deeper into his torn cloak, pretending not to see anything. The little girl, noticing him, looked pleadingly, but he only adjusted his dirty hat and turned away, indifferent to another's pain. Sophia looked at this with pain and disgust, while Heinz stood aside, looking there with stony calm. She couldn't stand it. Shouting that she could no longer endure it, she rushed at the attackers. Running up, the girl angrily ordered them to release the child. The bandits turned around and froze in surprise. Their leader mockingly asked if she was related to this girl, advising her not to get involved. Sophia sharply replied that she was not a relative, but how dare they mock a defenseless child like that? Her words only provoked a mocking smile from him. He stated that he was simply taking the legal fee for protection. Waving his hands, he explained that all these people live here illegally, and if the authorities found out, they would be thrown behind bars. Therefore, they supposedly show mercy by charging only a meager fee. Having said this, the leader again struck the child with all his might in the stomach. From the blow the girl fell, and a small metal medallion fell from her hand, clinking against the stone. One of the thugs bent down, picked up the ornament, and said with satisfaction that now it was theirs. The leader just grunted and reminded them that the brother was already waiting for them on another matter. Sophia gasped and instinctively reached for the sword, but it was not on the belt. At that moment, a calm request not to do anything foolish sounded behind her back. She turned around. Ains was standing before her. The boy calmly walked forward and stopped in front of the girl, watching the bandits, one of whom was still clutching a medallion in his hand. His gaze remained cold and detached, and Sophia could not utter a single word. Finally, she burst out, asking if they would really just let these scoundrels go. The boy simply replied calmly that he saw no problem with that everyone chooses their own fate. Sophia froze in shock, not believing her own ears. The little girl lay unconscious on the ground, and Ains, looking at her, calmly said that, yes, it was cruel. But not every tragedy requires intervention. The little girl lay motionless. Meanwhile, Ains calmly asked Sophia if she really wanted to help. She answered fervently yes, and asked in surprise if the gentleman did not feel the same pain. The young man stated with cold calmness that he had no desire to intervene because he saw no point in it. Sophia was confused by these words, struck by his indifference. He asked in return why they should save this particular girl when there were many others just as unfortunate, or worse, in these slums. Sophia wanted to object, but her voice betrayed a tremble. Finally, Ain said that since they had already intervened, he would at least heal her wounds so that she would wake up without pain. At these words, he summoned a black vial in the air. A few drops fell on her lips, and the girl opened her eyes with a moan. The pain disappeared, leaving only weakness and fear. Without looking back, Ains turned and walked away. Sophia hesitantly followed. Behind them, a quiet, grateful voice of the girl sounded, tearfully begging them to stop. She asked to return the pendant, the only memory of her mother, since those bandits already had many valuables. Hearing this, Sophia turned sharply, but Ains coldly ordered her not to interfere and to follow him. He calmly looked at the child and stated that they could not help her, advising her to turn to someone else. Sophia stared into her face, and the girl's eyes trembled with despair and wonder. Tears glistened on her cheeks. She looked up, not understanding why these two were so indifferent. Then Ains asked why she did not try to get back what was hers herself. The girl broke down in sobs, but he finished her sentence himself, saying that it was impossible, and he added that he was not going to risk his life because of other people's mistakes. He coldly explained that even if they miraculously returned the ornament, after their departure, it would be taken away again, and everything would be in vain. His words sounded calm, but each one struck Sophia's heart, who clenched her fists, not knowing how to respond. She remembered the boy Lit, whom Ains once helped, even though he was also a nobody. The mage just shrugged, saying that Lit was different because he had a desire to change his fate, not just evoke pity. Then he cast a cold look at the child and declared that she did not seek to change anything, and he himself was not kind enough to mindlessly save rats from the mud. Sophia bit her lip. Anger boiled in her heart. This time it clearly crossed the line. Little one, hearing this, cried even harder. Through sobs, she shouted that she also wanted to change her life if given a chance. Then she fell to her knees, overwhelmed with despair. Ains calmly recalled the treasure the bandits had mentioned, which disappointed Sophia even more. The girl suddenly guessed that it could have been a relic. The mage only raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding. Sophia explained that relics are objects of power, swords, books, or pendants capable of creating magic, and usually belong to royal families or legendary heroes. Interested, Ains asked if she had records of such things. She readily replied that yes, and that there were mentions of holy artifacts and original books. The young man became alert when he heard the words about the remains of the saints. Something familiar stirred in his memory, a shadow of the past. Sophia, noticing his interest, smiled and added that in their lands only 2 people had been recognized as saints. She pronounced their names, Mr. Evan and Mrs. Seeley. But at the last syllable, her voice broke off. Her eyes suddenly widened. She realized what terrible secret she had just spoken. Sophia sharply covered her mouth with her hands, her heart pounding. She realized she had spoken the forbidden name. Ain slowly raised his gaze of multicolored eyes to her and coldly asked if he had heard correctly. His voice made the air tremble. The boy stood stunned, not believing his own ears. The names Silica and Evan painfully cut through his consciousness, flashing memories he did not want. Sophia barely held back tears. Her voice trembled as she confirmed that she had told the truth. Then Ains quietly, but with a gloomy shadow in his eyes, asked how much time had passed since they died. His voice trembled not from fear, but from pain he tried to hide. Sophia noticeably hesitated, her gaze flitting about, betraying an inner struggle. She could not bring herself to utter the next words that were to turn everything upside down. But the mage, with growing anxiety in his voice, demanded a clear answer from her. The embarrassed girl, all in turmoil, finally began to tell the bitter truth that was squeezing her chest. The saints they spoke of had died over 2,000 years ago. This news struck Ains like lightning. He froze with an empty gaze, as if turning to stone, and only meaningless numbers echoed in his head, fitting no logic. Then understanding flashed in his eyes, and shock gave way to a new, troubling realization. Suddenly the young man laughed dully, sharply, almost madly. Sophia stepped back in fear, not understanding what was happening to him. Before her stood a boy who laughed, repeating only one thing. 2,000 years. Now everything fell into place. Recalling the architecture, the mage finally understood why the world around had changed. So much time was merciless even to stone. He remembered the new fashion of ties and bow ties, and the man with a strange device in his hands at the exam, which amplified the voice. However, upon uncovering the truth, he felt even more questions. How did he end up in another era? Could the forest have distorted time? He suspected magic, but did not know who and when had cast it. Tears appeared in Ains's eyes. He understood that only he remembered that past. The world he knew had long vanished. Sophia, upset, begged for forgiveness. She explained that she did not want to upset him and wanted to tell the truth later, when he would be ready. But the boy, smiling through tears, just waved his hand, as if accepting everything that had happened. He said that it changes everything, that the world now seems brighter than ever. Ains spoke with inspiration that he must grasp the magic of this time to obtain it at any cost. Sophia just looked stunned. She was gripped by horror. She did not understand why the gentleman was joyful when around them there was only loss and oblivion. And at that moment, the girl sitting nearby quietly said that her mother was once a great sorceress. The little one, full of despair, confessed that only memories remained of her mother. If she had magic, she could. But she did not dare to finish. Ains raised his gaze to her, in which a flicker of interest appeared. Then he calmly asked her name. The child was confused, realizing that this powerful mage was addressing her specifically. She called herself Shiala. Then Ains said that he could give her the knowledge she desired. The girl blinked in surprise, not believing what she heard. Sophia silently watched as the young man, placing his hand on his chest, swore by the name of Ain Silvetis to fulfill the promise, but only under one condition. He asked what she would do when she received magic. Shiala answered passionately that she would return her mother's pendant. When asked if that was all, she hesitated and added that she would make the thieves apologize. Then Ains asked disappointedly if that was everything. The child, lowering her head, whispered that she wanted them to suffer as she did. At that moment his eyes flashed with white light, and his lips twisted into a troubled smile. He leaned forward and quietly asked if she would now say directly what she truly wanted. The girl trembled under his gaze, her face darkened. Finally, she whispered firmly, "She wants to take their lives." Ains nodded with satisfaction and said he would give her the power she desires. Sophia cried out in despair, urging the master to come to his senses, but the young man only raised his hand, commanding silence. With coldness in his voice, he looked at her over his shoulder and authoritatively said not to disturb him at work, for he would not warn a second time. She was gripped by a fear she had never known before. Sophia dropped to her knees, pleading for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the mage, without changing his tone, addressed Shiala, ordering her to continue and tell what she would do when she takes revenge on her tormentors. The girl quietly replied that after revenge she would leave these slums. The mage repeated the question, emphasizing that power always attracts the weak, and asked what she would do when everyone starts clinging to her. Shiala lowered her head and gloomily muttered that she would probably help them. Ains coldly asked why she should help them if none of them even thought to care for her. Behind, among the crowd of beggars who had recently indifferently watched the beating of the child, silence fell. These words made Shiala think. The boy looked at her piercingly and quietly asked where those people were when her mother was fading in helplessness. The girl recalled with pain how all the paupers turned to her mother for help, and she never refused. A memory flashed before her eyes. A cold room, the mother lying motionless, and around only the indifference of those whose lives she once saved. The mage, slightly pursing his lips, asked if she wanted to remain a helpless rat whose life was worthless. The girl shook her head in denial, a fire flashing in her eyes. Deep in her soul, she felt, this man sees right through her. He only nodded and led her to the main point. Why she needed strength, why magic was necessary. Suddenly, the same bandits returned to the square again, without their leader, surprised that Sophia was still there. Roughly laughing, they brazenly threw insults. One called Ains a lucky freak. Another boldly hinted that he wouldn't mind having fun with the girl. They began arguing over who would get her first. Sophia clenched her fists, regretting not taking a sword. Then Ains calmly raised his staff, and with a dull sound, struck it against the ground. At that very moment, the air around froze, and the bodies of the attackers were bound by icy chains that grew from the earth as if alive. They were entwined with sharp, shining crystals resembling icy vines. The robbers froze in fear, their eyes trembling with horror. The next second, everything fell silent, and the bodies of the criminals shattered into thousands of transparent shards that rang as they scattered on the ground. Only a cloak remained from one of them, and where the head should have been, a black void. Sophia was stunned, her heart clenched with fear. Ains didn't even look at her, his gaze fixed on Shiala. With eyes shining with white light, he asked what she had decided. The mage, with a demon smile, leaned in and quietly asked what her mother herself would have wanted. Shiala briefly explained that her mother always drove away rot and called the slum dwellers rats. Then the girl, gathering her courage, exclaimed that her mother undoubtedly would have wanted her daughter to leave anger behind and run away from here. But she would not leave until she avenged. Ains only said briefly that he understood everything and activated the spell. Divine Hand. Extending the staff, he touched Shiala's head with his palm. His voice sounded calm and authoritative as he promised to give her the power she desired. At that moment, the girl was pierced by an unknown sensation, and her eyes opened wide. The air around swirled. The child's dress lifted as if in the wind, and Sophia stood behind, with her head bowed, not daring to move. When everything quieted, the boy withdrew his hand. His palm was covered in sweat. He calmly asked if she had received the desired power and ordered her to show what she was now capable of. Shiala silently clasped her palms on her chest. Her face darkened. She took a deep breath and whispered the spell barely audibly. Then, clenching her fist, the girl firmly said, "Will of the Black Flame," and above her palm, a dark, pulsating light flared, freezing the very air. Near the girl's chest, a tiny black flame flared up. She slowly moved her hand aside, and the fire obediently followed her movement, lingering in the air near her palm like a living creature waiting for a command. Suddenly, Shiala sharply thrust her hand forward, and from the small flame burst a powerful flash of black fire. Sophia recoiled in horror, feeling the burning heat piercing the air. People hiding in the thickets screamed in pain. Their figures, engulfed in flames, trembled in the thick smoke as the fire devoured everything around. The air filled with the stench of burning and despair. Shiala looked at this in horror, not believing that she herself had caused the disaster. Then the mage calmly turned to her and said that now they would deal with the bandits. The girl silently nodded, and Sophia just stood confused, not knowing where to go. Seeing her confusion, Ains turned to Shiala, assuming she knew where they were hiding. The girl with a tail of black fire trailing behind her confidently replied that she knew the way. Her eyes blazed with the same dark energy. In response, the mage calmly ordered to set off there. Today, he said, they would finish off those bastards forever. At that time, far from the city, in his chambers, the swordsman Tarish recalled that fatal duel, which was supposed to be his triumph, but turned into humiliation. He again heard his own loud roaring during the battle, A moment flashed in memory when his two-handed sword roared into the air. But the opponent, that cripple with long hair, easily parried the strike with a thin blade. Tarish recalled with hatred how he himself challenged this strange man, considering him weak, and how painful it was to realize his mistake. Before his eyes stood a broken blade, shattering into thousands of fragments right before his face. He remembered how he looked at his own hand with surprise, and then at that emotionless opponent. The pale face of Dorius, who could not believe what he saw, was still vivid in his memory. The young aristocrat clenched his fist fiercely, biting his nails, and hissed with anger, cursing his warrior. Tarish was also boiling with rage, convinced that there could be no one in the kingdom who possessed the divine art better than him. Gritting his teeth, he recalled Ainz's gaze, cold, indifferent, as if the fight with the swordsman was just a pastime for him. Then the hero carelessly threw aside a shard of his sword. Half of the blade clattered against the stone floor. The long-haired youth looked at it indifferently, and the opponent thought for the first time that perhaps this man had never been a mere servant. At that moment, tension reigned in the luxurious Sobi family estate. An enraged Dorius ordered Tarish to go immediately to his chambers, while he himself would report the incident to his father. The swordsman clenched his jaw and obeyed. The young aristocrat cast him a sideways, contemptuous glance, mixed with fear and anger. He burst into curses, calling the swordsman a failure who had shamed the entire family, and threatened that if his father found out, he would lose his head. Tarish listened silently, his face darkening. Before leaving, the young lord gave a final warning. If the swordsman wanted to live, he should find a way to fix the situation. Then he slammed the door and left. Tarish watched him go for a long time. Only when the footsteps faded did he exhale heavily. Sinking onto the bed, he cursed quietly. Despairingly, he said that he could not leave the Sobi house until he restored his honor and had to find a way to recover his reputation. A mention of the servants' talks about the slums suddenly aroused his curiosity. Why exactly did they mention those places? After brief reflections, Tarish concluded that the talk could have been about a relic. He did not know for sure, but he had heard that such artifacts were sold for unheard-of sums, and he decided to obtain it at any cost. Weary, falling on his back, he grumbled that it was all trouble. But if he was lucky, everything could change. Staring at the ceiling, Tarish imagined a new encounter with the rival, now no longer as a man, but as a challenge to his own pride. In his thoughts, the calm gaze of that disdainfully phlegmatic mage flashed again. "Next time," whispered Tarish, "I will make you fall." Outraged to tears, Dorius burst into the room and shouted as he attacked the mercenary, demanding if he knew how to fix everything that had happened. His voice broke with rage and fear of his father's wrath. Approaching Tarish, who was calmly sitting at the table, the young aristocrat complained that his father had fiercely scolded him and blamed the swordsman. He threatened that the swordsman should not think he would escape punishment. The swordsman, looking coldly, stated that he had heard about the relic, an artifact capable of changing the fate of anyone who possessed it. His voice became serious and restrained. These words instantly awakened interest in the boy. Dorius impatiently stretched out his hand, wanting to see the relic right now, but Tarish calmly explained that it was not here. It was supposedly found by his acquaintance, and tomorrow he would meet with him to inspect the find. Hearing this, the young man immediately brightened. A gleam of hope lit up in his eyes. If he got the relic, his father would surely forgive the fault. Already on the threshold, Dorius threw the swordsman a crooked smile, warning him not to think that the defeat was forgotten. The punishment was only postponed. The door closed behind him with a loud creak. Tarish, sighing, looked at the door with surprise and quiet irritation. He was annoyed by the impudence of this spoiled brat. Soon, leaving the estate in the darkness of night, the swordsman set off along the cobblestone streets. Now the most important thing for him was to obtain the relic at any cost. He walked through the deserted city, where the light from the windows of rare houses cut through the darkness of narrow alleys, near the noisy tavern, glowing with warm firelight. Tarish did not even turn around, just past the noise and laughter with an indifferent step. His path led further, to the outskirts, where the night grew thicker. Finally, he found the needed house from which muffled male voices came. Suddenly opening the door, the swordsman confidently entered inside. Several men greeted him like an old comrade, with shouts, pats, and joyful laughter. He responded with a brief nod and sat on a chair while the group around celebrated the return of their elder. Inside, it smelled of alcohol and smoke, a typical bandit's hideout, resembling a bar. The guys immediately asked about the reason for his visit. Tarish, crossing his arms, dryly replied that problems had arisen, and the mood of the house owner was now below zero. Then, leaning closer, he said he had heard about the treasure they found and asked to share the details. One of the robbers confirmed the rumors, proudly explaining that tomorrow they are to deliver the relic to the clients, some noble lords who paid generously. The elder approved their work with the approving smile. The same man, scratching the back of his head, cautiously reminded that the reward should be discussed. The swordsman merely waved his hand, assuring that everything would be as it should, and their work would not go unrewarded. Then he raised the mug and announced that today was a day of celebration. The bandits burst out with joyful exclamations. Soon, loud songs, laughter, and drunken shouts came from the house. The night passed in a senseless feast. In the morning, the first rays of the sun illuminated the building. Tarish opened his eyes, feeling heaviness in his head. Rubbing his nose bridge, he muttered curses, complaining about the pain and the excess wine that made the night endless. Raising his gaze, the swordsman noticed his comrades. They sat around the table where, among bottles and scattered playing cards, lay a small object, a pendant that glittered in the dim light. It was exactly the relic that rumors were about. Its shape resembled a steel ingot with a carved symbol in which dark energy seemed to flicker. Tarish stood up, approached the table, and reproachfully said that they were drinking too much. One of the bandits, holding the relic in his hand, smiled and wished him good morning, adding that, however, it was almost noon already. One of the bandits stood up and extended the relic, allowing the swordsman to better examine the precious item. Taking it in his hands, Tarish quietly snorted. It looked like an ordinary trinket, which cast doubt on its value. But the bandit enthusiastically explained what he had heard. Relics are capable of endlessly generating magical energy, unlike stones obtained from monsters. Carefully peering into the dark depth of the pendant, Tarish thought that if this was true, then it became clear why magic flourishes so much in this kingdom. However, the feeling was strange. When his gaze sank into the black mist inside the jewel, the swordsman felt something wrong, a subtle anxiety, the nature of which he could not explain. Yawning, he carelessly turned the relic and ordered it to be placed in the chest. He himself was going to take a short nap, feeling tired after the night revelries. The bandit, twisting the pendant between his fingers, asked if he really intended to sleep when there was an opportunity to earn well nearby. The elder, frowning, asked for clarification. He was told that a girl had appeared nearby who could be caught and profitably sold to slave traders. Tarish only warned them to act carefully and not get caught by the guards. One of the bandits cheerfully replied that if they did everything quickly, they would still have time to have fun. Tarish grimly muttered that in that case, alcohol was forbidden for them today. His company burst into laughter, mocking the cruelty of their leader and jokingly asking how they were supposed to work without a drink. At that moment, footsteps sounded at the door, and a familiar, calm voice advised trying coffee instead of wine. Everyone turned around. Ains calmly entered the room, followed by Sophia. The bandits were stunned, not understanding who they were and how they got here. Tarish abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with excitement and anger. Exclaiming in surprise, he recognized the guest as yesterday's opponent. Ains, frowning, introduced himself officially, Mage Ains Silvetis, and politely apologized for the intrusion. Drawing a heavy sword with one hand, Tarish angrily asked why he pretended to be a wizard, and what was the point of their duel yesterday. He promised that today he would not let him live. Ains's face darkened. Irritation flared in his eyes. This swordsman was really starting to annoy him. At that moment, Shiala decisively pointed to the pendant glowing in the bandit's hands. Ains did not notice it at first, but in a moment, he saw the familiar gleam. The ornament was clenched in the sweaty fingers of one of the robbers, exactly the amulet that belonged to the girl's mother. The pendant swayed in his hand as if alive, reacting to tension and fear. Ains smiled softly, pleased to finally see the relic with his own eyes. Then he turned to the girl and calmly reminded her it was time to focus on the goal. Shiala gathered her courage and firmly declared that she would reclaim her heritage. One of the bandits, playfully swinging his sword, mockingly asked what such a little girl could do to him. The audacious robber, shouting, rushed at the uninvited guests, promising that today they would become pig feet. Then Shiala activated the spell, Will of the Black Flame, and a ball of dark fire shot from her hand, instantly engulfing the attacker. He choked on his own scream, writhed in pain, engulfed by terrible flashes of black flame. His body burned like a candle, while the others watched in shock. The air smelled of burning and fear. The flame spread, engulfing the beams and walls. The house caught fire from the inside. Cries of panic echoed everywhere. A wave of black dust rose from the burning building, as if the very sky was suffocating from this fire. When everything calmed down, the bandits suddenly found themselves on the grass under the open sky. The house they had stood in moments ago vanished in flames, turning to ashes. The armed men, still not understanding how they survived, looked at the three figures standing before them, a mage, a girl, and a child, whose eyes blazed with black rage. The swordsman tensely watched the events in which fate had made him a participant. His fingers convulsively gripped the sword hilt. His eyes flicked between the mage and the girl burning with black rage. Ains, with a slight smile, addressed Sophia, asking her to help Shiala if they did not want the girl to die in battle. However, he coldly ordered that his companion under no circumstances interfere or get in the way of the young avenger, commanding her to stay close. The girl lowered her gaze, embarrassed, not understanding the reasons for such an order and the difference in his tone. Ignoring her confusion, Ains turned to the swordsman, reminding him that yesterday he had seriously spoiled his mood. The mage advised not to disturb Shiala and to move their duel away. Tarish angrily raised his head, a fire of resentment flashing in his eyes. Smiling, Ains added that changing the location would only help. Now he would deal with him personally. A crooked smile appeared on the swordsman's face. The challenge was accepted. Grumbling angrily, Tarish agreed. Ains looked at him calmly, while Sophia was worried, and Shiala was burning with a thirst for revenge. They turned their backs to each other and began to move away from the main field, giving room for maneuver. Each step sounded like a harbinger of a storm. Meanwhile, the bandits spread out around Sophia and the girl, drawing their swords. Sophia crouched next to Shiala, ready to defend. She explained that she had a weapon, and they could fight together. But the child firmly objected. She must deal with the enemies herself. Two attackers had already raised their blades, but Shiala, calmly, almost like an adult, declared that the right to take their lives belonged only to her. Sophia froze, not knowing how to react. One of the bandits laughed mockingly, shouting that he was not afraid of any flame, because their swords were forged from strong steel. With these words, he rushed at the girl, mocking that her own fire would burn her. But his confidence instantly turned to horror. The blade crumbled without touching the child's skin. Before he could recover, he did not notice how black flame, like a snake, wrapped around his arm, squeezing it with a burning crackle. With icy calm, Shiala said that her fire burns not only metal, but also flesh. In a moment, his hand blackened, and his body convulsed in an inhuman scream. Sweating profusely, the man begged for mercy, staring at the charred hand, from which only bones remained. The girl added indifferently that this fire burns wonderfully in the eyes as well, and suddenly black flames burst from his eye sockets. He opened his mouth in a silent scream. Finding his voice, he screamed, vainly trying to extinguish the flames that were devouring his face. Shiala watched without emotion. Sophia, gripped by horror, could not believe the cruelty of what she saw. Her hands were trembling. The rest of the bandits retreated, distorted by animal fear, not daring to move forward. Shiala said that at first she did not want to kill them, but now she feels only satisfaction from this decision. With a wild look, she stretched out her hand, and black flames exploded around, engulfing the screams of those who still stood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, a completely different duel was beginning. Ainz, with a soft smile, reminded the swordsman that they had already crossed blades yesterday, and then he could achieve nothing. Teresh snapped irritably, throwing out that the mage now does not mind talking instead of fighting. Clenching his sword, he craved victory, certain that this time he would get what he desired. Ainz politely bowed his head and warned that today's duel would not be limited to swords alone. The youth activated a silent, time-slowing spell. The effect was instant and stunning. The enemy froze in place as if turned to stone. The swordsman, with eyes widened in horror, looked at Ainz, unable to even move a finger. The mage, slowly approaching, calmly explained that this spell dulls the target's perception of time, adding that he would gladly possess the magic to completely stop it, but it is unavailable to anyone in this world. While he spoke, his elegant blade already appeared in the air ready to attack. Knocking with his wooden crutch that served as his leg, Ainz approached the motionless Teresh, wondering if he would at least realize the moment of his death. But the swordsman, bound by spells, remained motionless, while the young man relentlessly continued to close the distance between them. Having made sure that he would not resist, Ainz sighed in disappointment. He lightly touched Teresh's neck with the tip of his blade, and, tilting his head, asked with barely noticeable boredom in his voice if that was all he was capable of. And at that very moment the swordsman's body shuddered. Cursing under his breath, he managed with incredible effort of will to partially overcome the magic's effect, regaining the ability to move. Ainz was genuinely surprised to notice that his opponent had broken free from the spell's effect. Swinging his heavy sword, Teresh with a hoarse roar struck at the mage, cursing his spells as unbearable. However, the young man, deftly jumping aside, easily dodged. Landing at a safe distance, Ainz remained calm while the swordsman, gasping for breath, stood drenched in sweat. The mage, even with some respect, admitted that before him stood an opponent, not only strong in body, but also extraordinarily strong in spirit. In response, the fighter activated his signature spell, Divine Power. His body was enveloped in a glow, his muscles filled with supernatural strength. Using a burst of power, he rushed forward with his sword raised. Maintaining a cold clarity of thought, the mage sharply struck the ground with his staff. With a roar, a giant shard of stone broke free, which by Ainz's command flew straight at the swordsman. He, cleaving the boulder in half, shouted that the opponent underestimated him if he dared to use such primitive magic. Ainz merely yawned demonstratively and struck the ground again. This time the response was devastating. Dozens of sharp stone blocks rose from the earth, flying into the air and heading toward the target. With fierce shouts, Teresh swung his two-handed sword, cutting through the shards raining down on him from all sides. With his last effort, he shattered the largest stone. Not giving himself even a second to rest, he launched a counterattack, trying to reach the elusive mage. But Ainz, moving with light grace, dodged and snapped his fingers. From the sky burst dozens of bright crystalline flashes, resembling comets falling directly on Teresh, leaving trails of light behind. The mage calmly retreated, observing the effect. The swordsman raised his gaze to the sky, realizing the scale of the danger. Gathering his last strength, he began to slash the falling crystals. But some hit him, leaving deep scratches on his arms and shoulders. Meanwhile, the mage was already creating a new attack. The young man smoothly moved his hand aside, and from the shining rift in the air drew another blade. Clenching his teeth from pain and rage, the swordsman boldly shouted, revealing the true reason for his confidence. He believed that the divine power was the perfect antidote to any magic, and shouted this to his opponent. Gathering the remnants of energy, he rushed at Ainz with a sword filled with power. But the mage, anticipating the move, parried the strike. In an instant, Tarish froze, shocked at how easily his devastating strike was stopped. A powerful wave from the collision threw the swordsman back, while Ainz smoothly turned, raising a new blade, ready to continue the duel. He clenched his wounded hand with fury, and the main hero thought with sincere admiration that the so-called divine power was an extraordinarily unusual magic, and that in the Empire, without a doubt, there were other equally amazing combat spells. With a mad, almost scientific curiosity and a mysterious smile, he decided that he would definitely learn them all. At that moment, the young man activated a new spell, this time, the Shadow Actor. It allowed Ainz to sharply turn around and deliver an unexpected strike. From the shadow grew a phantom hand holding a second sword, moving in perfect sync with the main blade. The swordsman was shocked to recognize in these movements the traits of the legendary divine art, the technique of 3 movements. Defending fiercely, he managed to parry the phantom blade, but his face was distorted by rage and surprise. He shouted, demanding to know who had taught the boy such secrets of true fencing. However, in a fit of anger, he momentarily lowered his guard, and Ainz's sword cut through his torso, leaving a deep bloody wound. Blood flowed from the cut on the leg and side. Tarish, groaning, retreated, miraculously staying on his feet. While the swordsman tried to comprehend the damage, the mage recalled the blade back into the pocket dimension. Now he finally understood that the Imperials call these combat techniques divine arts. Ainz struck the ground with his crutch with feigned indifference. A long sword materialized before him, its tip plunged into the soil like a monument. Tarish, overcoming the pain, rose again into a defensive stance. The swordsman could not hide his shock. This young mage possessed not only powerful magic, but also forms of the divine arts that exceeded human capabilities. With despair in his voice, he asked how Ainz managed to master these techniques, if he himself, despite years of training, could not. The mage only smiled silently, thinking that the Empire despises magic, favoring the sword. The swordsman admitted with a bitter smile that even a sorcerer can now master the divine arts, while he cannot. Trembling from pain and defeat, he confessed that it was precisely the inability to master these techniques that once prevented him from killing the traitor. Because of this, he left the Empire, seeking power in magic, but failed there as well. Kneeling down, the swordsman acknowledged his defeat and said that the fight no longer made sense. Ainz, with the same calm smile, inquired his name. Tarish named himself with bitter irony, adding that it was not worth remembering. The young man introduced himself as mage and sorcerer Ainz Silvetus. But the swordsman, exhausted and empty, only asked to end it quickly. However, the mage was in no hurry. His gaze showed lively interest. He did not intend to kill the opponent. Smiling, he remarked that sometimes he begins to doubt his own humanity, to which Tarish only smiled bitterly. Then Ainz activated the spell, Eye of the Cursed. His right eye turned black, with a white dot in the center. This gaze, directed straight into the soul of the swordsman, made him shudder with horror. The mage slowly tilted his head, looking at him with an almost predatory interest. Tarish did not understand what was happening, but he felt nothing good. After a brief contact, the sorcerer lowered the sword and ordered to raise the weapon. As if hypnotized, the swordsman obeyed, and the mage activated mirror reflection. Before the stunned Tarish appeared, 3 identical figures of Ain's, ready for battle. He bit his lip to the blood, recognizing the legendary technique. True triple step. With a nervous laugh, he decided that the guy was just mocking him. The central Ain said coldly that if the swordsman truly wished to learn the secrets of the divine arts, he must pay for it with honest answers. And at that very moment, all 3 figures attacked. Their blades flashed, giving him that very known truth through pain. Tarish desperately parried the blows, realizing he had no chance. But something inside him pushed him to continue. With wild, almost mad delight, he raised his sword and shouted that this was the best battle of his life. Meanwhile, Sophia stood aside with her sword raised, but did not move. She watched everything that was happening with horror and disgust. Before her stood Shiala, from whose palm black fire burst forth, and around lay the charred bodies of bandits. She casually crushed the skull of one of them, frozen in a smile, with her foot without even lowering her gaze. While the last bodies were burning out, only 2 bandits remained alive, pressed against the wall and gripped by animal fear. 2 survivors trembled, begging not to come closer. Meanwhile, Shiala slowly walked forward, stepping directly on the charred bodies of her enemies, ignoring the crunch of embers underfoot. Her eyes, blackened like coal, gleamed with madness. In a steady, emotionless voice, she said that only they remained, the last ones. Both attackers trembled with fear, one of them sobbing convulsively, clutching a sword that could no longer protect him. But he himself still held in his palm the relic, the very same hanging amulet through which all this hell began. Sophia, with a sudden chill in her chest, remembered Ain's order. Her main task was to prevent Shiali from touching this cursed object at any cost. The girl raised her hand, from which a plume of black smoke rose. The man begged her to stop, falling to his knees, but she calmly asked if it was really worth pitying him. A thin stream of dark energy pierced his chest, through and through. Shiala coldly asked if they regretted it when she begged for mercy. Sophia stood behind, silently watching. The man's body darkened. He tore his own skin trying to rip the pain from his flesh, and hoarsely screamed in an inhuman cry. In a few seconds, he fell. Bloody scratches remained on his neck, and his whole body blackened as if charred. His comrade with the sword froze, not believing what he saw. Shiala calmly said that only one remained. He stood frozen, then dropped to his knees and pulled out a strange object in front of him. He handed her a pendant on a long cord, his hands trembling. The girl looked at him without any emotion, her face dead calm. Suddenly she raised her hand. Black energy flared brighter. The man's body began to turn to stone, and in a moment he transformed into a black, solid block, still holding the relic in his frozen palms. Shiala stepped closer and reached out her hand to the amulet, but at that moment, Sophia sharply shouted, ordering her to stop. A sword already gleamed in her hand. The girl froze, surprised that someone dared to interrupt her. Sophia stood confidently, her gaze firm and uncompromising. She said sternly that she would not allow anyone to touch that thing. Shiala asked coldly why, and whether she too would become her enemy. The silence dragged on. Sophia only clenched the sword and slightly tilted its tip downward, not wanting a fight, but ready for it. She quietly said that she did not want to kill her. Shiala only smiled contemptuously and asked if she really thought she could. Turning away, she whispered that even if Sophia became her enemy, the black flame would burn her to ashes. Sophia lunged forward when she saw the girl reaching for the amulet, but the girl, with cold calm, assured that death would not touch her, while the black flame protected her. She grabbed the relic. At that moment, a bright glow burst from it, unlike any magic they knew. Shiala froze, eyes wide with horror. A smile flashed across her face, then tears. She whispered that it has finally happened, and cried loudly, almost childishly. Tears ran down her cheeks as her pupils dimmed. Sophia lunged forward, trying to snatch the pendant, but the girl no longer moved. The sky split open, and from it descended a giant hand, bright and terrifying. A voice, like the very law of the world, said that the child had broken the prohibition and would be punished. A flash grew from the hand, like a spear, which passed through Shiala's body. Her eyes widened in shock, and she staggered. Sophia screamed her name, but she did not respond. She only limply fell into the girl's arms. She hugged her, shaking, calling, begging her to wake up. But the body was already cold. Sophia cried, not understanding why this happened and for what. Her sword lay nearby, in the dust, next to the child's body and the blackened soil. And then in the silence appeared Ains. He calmly approached, glanced at the dead Shialu, and quietly said that he was only a moment late. Sophia, clutching the girl's body, whispered an apology as if she were to blame. Ains looked at both of them with a strange mixture of pity and cold indifference. Looking at the amulet in the dead palms, he said that it was inevitable. The power of the relic always takes those who are not ready to accept it. Ains said that only sorcerers are protected from divine punishment, while Shialu was overtaken by the power of divine sorrow. He carefully lifted the pendant, staring at it as if trying to comprehend the meaning of what had happened. Sophia, with a trembling voice, asked if he knew this would happen. The young man answered negatively, adding that the girl was the first to master the black compound of flame. The source of magic, he explained, is a person's sincere desire. But no one had ever had such a strong yearning as she did. The price for such a pure, powerful will is always high. He himself had not yet fully mastered this sorcery. The hero said that this was why such a price for Shialu was inevitable. Sophia, hearing this, froze with a confused face, unable to find words, and suddenly her gaze cleared. She raised her head, uttering her friend's name through tears. However, Shialu began to scatter into hundreds of glowing particles that flew up to the sky. Ains quietly explained that violators of the laws of the universe cannot even be mourned. Their bodies dissolve in the light, becoming the dust of space. Then he added that, if you think about it, it is even a good death, without pain, without the burden of the past. Sophia, enchanted by the glow, reached out her hand, trying to touch one of the light particles. Ains smiled sadly, watching as the last light of Shiala rose high, and said that with this light, all her suffering would disappear. He calmly said that her end was worthy of the life she had lived, and wished that in the next world she would finally find peace. And the glow vanished, leaving only silence behind. The young man silently watched for a while, then lowered his head and said quietly that it was time for them to return. His voice carried restrained turmoil. Sophia slowly stood up. Their eyes met. They did not say a word, but the silence spoke more than any phrase. Then the girl, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere, smiled and recalled that they still had not found the magic school they dreamed of, suggesting to continue the search tomorrow. Ains only nodded, not replying. She sighed, admitting that the day had been exhausting. The young man agreed. Sophia asked if the girl was involved in the fire. He answered no, because her guilt had long dissolved in the light. Then the girl noticed something in his hand, a pendant. She wanted to ask, but Ains anticipated her, saying that this amulet now belonged to him because Shiala had given it to him. Sophia asked in surprise if he really remembered her name, and with warm tenderness recalled the little girl. Ains replied with slight irony that he remembers the names of all those he considers worthy. The girl asked if he was not exhausted, to which he briefly replied that he was very tired, turning his gaze aside. Sophia, trying to cheer him up, said there was still time before dinner, so they could take a walk. Ains joked in response that she could use some lessons in cooking. She took offense. The young man turned away, a look of concern flashing across his face. Finally, he said he had forgotten something. Sophia asked in surprise what exactly. He remembered his rival, Tarish. He was still lying unconscious among the ashes, with a broken sword nearby. A new day began within the walls of the royal castle. Liza Lott, calmly having breakfast, grumbled that there was too much noise around since morning. Her maid informed her that yesterday a great fire occurred in the trading quarter, and Darius's servants were inspecting the impoverished districts. Now, only ruins remained of them. The woman assumed that such an event could not be accidental. Only high-level magic could create flames of such power. The maid cautiously added that witnesses saw black flames. She ironically asked if her lady had started on wine and meat too early. Liza only smiled and thoughtfully replied that if it was truly black flames, then everything was much more serious. She poured more wine and said that an ordinary mage could not create something like that. It was the work of a sorcerer. Then Liza's gaze grew cold. She asked the maid if there was any news about Brandy, Kansas. The maid replied that the master intended to visit the palace, possibly to deliver a holy relic. Lady Liza paused for a moment, touching her glass as if calculating something in her mind. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. The maid turned around, angrily reminding that her lady was currently busy. But the phrase broke off mid-word. The king himself stood on the threshold. He calmly apologized for the unexpected visit and said he wished to speak with her personally. A gentle smile shone on his face, behind which, however, anxiety was hidden. The maid, seeing who was standing at the threshold, froze with her mouth open, covering it with her hand. In her eyes flashed genuine horror and disbelief, as if she was afraid to believe her own eyes. She almost fell to her knees, but instead bowed deeply, apologizing for her carelessness with a trembling voice. The man only replied indulgently that everything was fine. The king gently allowed the girl to leave. She thanked him, sighed with relief, and quickly left the room. At that moment, Liza Lott, with a sly smile, turned to the young man and asked what had so embarrassed him. She coquettishly offered to teach him how to behave properly with women. He frowned, stating that he did not need that, and asked her to cover herself. Liza just snorted, asking why he was angry. She just wanted his first time to be right. The king, frowning, cut her off with a harsh tone, saying he would not allow his son to touch such an old witch for the first time. Liza, with an ironic squint, asked if he even wanted to die right now. The monarch answered calmly that first he had a serious question. Was the black flame not magic, but witchcraft? His face became stone-like. Liza, leaning back in the chair, confirmed, yes, it was witchcraft, but assured there was nothing to worry about, since the mage who possessed it was no longer among the living. Both men exchanged surprised glances. She explained that there are strict restrictions for witches, and the black flame is one of them. If this law is broken, the fate is always the same: death. The lady said that this witch had already received his punishment, after which she asked the men to sit and ordered them to leave her servant Mirain alone. She respectfully bowed, closing the door behind them. When they were alone, Liza Lott thoughtfully said that, as far as she knew, Ains did not possess such magic, and the same applied to his assistant. She added that this was obviously a new witch. Such cases are rare but possible. Without a doubt, it was the main character who created this mage. The lady explained that the relic could have removed the black flame restriction, and Marquis Kansas, who decided to deliver it to the palace, did so intentionally. Liza concluded that Ains had effectively created a new sorcerer, and now there was no doubt about it. The king only smiled quietly, replying that he understood everything. She asked why he simply wouldn't call Ains to him and ask directly. The monarch shrugged, as if to say, there was no need to rush, otherwise their captain would cause a scandal again. The king agreed that since the sorcerer was no longer there, panicking was pointless. However, he immediately recalled another problem: the conflict between the Saab and Brandy families. Liza smiled with feigned tiredness, asking what they had done again. The monarch explained that the main character conquered Tarish, a former warrior of the Sobi house, Now he serves him, and this only brings new troubles. Hearing this, Liza suddenly froze, asking again if he had really made Tarish his servant. The young prince added that at first Sophia called herself his faithful servant, now Tarish too. The Sobi family is preparing to file a complaint to the court. The boy shrugged his shoulders, as if saying he didn't understand why he was doing it. The king just rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't know either. Liza Lott instantly changed, her face became serious. She ordered everyone to be silent and listen to her carefully. If, she said, everything continues in the same vein, it will not matter who is to blame. Even an entire country can fall. She coldly warned that perhaps no one would live until dawn. Her words stunned those present. The king, frowning, asked how then to explain everything to the Sob family. Her eyes flashed with anger. She sharply replied that if the family does not curb their ambitions, they can simply be forced to shut up. Then she sat down to write a letter, hoping he would support her decision. Liza said she would only put her signature, and everything else depends on him. The king, taking the sheet, quickly read it, bowed his head, and thanked her for the help, while at the same time apologizing for the trouble. When he was about to leave, Liza reminded him that she once promised to kill him, so jokingly asked if she could do it now. The king disappeared from the room so quickly that she whispered in amazement, "Like a ninja." Sighing, Liza noted that for his age, he was surprisingly agile. And at that moment, she heard a quiet apology behind her. It was Harold. She immediately recognized his voice. Liza Lott ordered Harold to watch Kersha. If he fails, the girl might accidentally end up right in the eye of the storm. Harold briefly replied that he understood everything, then bowed and quietly left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. At that moment, Miraine returned to the hall, her footsteps barely audible on the marble floor. Liza Lott cast a careful glance at her and calmly asked if she knew anything about the holy relic. The maid, a little embarrassed, nodded and answered affirmatively. She explained that relics usually belong to heroes blessed by royal tears, but the Brandy House's item was different. Unlike magical stones, this artifact could create mana infinitely. Liza Lott asked if the maid knew why the relic possessed such power. Miraine shook her head, admitting that she did not understand the nature of this phenomenon. She guessed that the reason might be that, in ancient times, this item belonged to a prominent person or received the blessing of higher powers. But the lady only sighed in denial. With cold seriousness, Liza Lott said that it was much deeper. These relics are connected to those who could not completely leave this world. After death, part of their soul remains imprisoned in the material body of the object. She gave examples: heroes stuck in darkness, kings filled with greed, or those consumed by their own anger and bloodthirstiness. And although such items bear beautiful names, in their essence, they are filled only with madness, pain, and inhuman cruelty. Miraine paled at her words. Then Lisa, looking at the girl, warned that probably someone had already succumbed to this madness inside the relic, so one should be careful. She added that, according to legends, the limitation of the black flame lies in the prohibition of shedding tears. Some time passed. The sun shone over the castle. The sky was clear, but suddenly it was covered with thick clouds. The light went out, and an anxious silence fell in the halls. Liza Lott sat alone in her living room, thoughtfully leaning her elbow on the table. Her gaze was fixed on a book, one of the rarest relics created by Ains himself. She wondered whether he realized that his works stand above all other artifacts in this world. It was said that the power of these books is so great that an ordinary person, touching them, could go mad or die. Removing her jewelry, Lisa slowly began to undress. Her dress slowly slipped off her shoulders, falling to the floor. Soon she was completely naked. In her thoughts, she addressed Ains, asking what he had seen in his travels, what horrors pursued him, and how, ultimately, his story should end. These questions troubled her. Having received no answer, she went to bed. Her figure in the dim light looked both majestic and lonely. Lisa lay down, tightly wrapped in a blanket, and whispered that she was waiting for the arrival of her master. Her eyes slowly closed. Meanwhile, events shifted back to the moment when Ains stood by the bed of the wounded Tarish, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Two attendees who had not seen the battle were stunned. They could not believe that before them was truly the former servant of Darius Sobi. Ains calmly confirmed. Yes, it was indeed him. The young man declared that he wanted Tarish to serve him from now on. Everyone was stunned by the surprise and began to ask if he had lost his mind. Sophia was especially outraged. Ains, without changing his tone, said that the decision had already been made. The head of the Brandy family asked if he had informed the Sobi family about it. He calmly replied that not yet, but he was counting on the support of Mr. Kansas. Then the main character closed his eyes and said that he knew everything, even how much time had actually passed. These words stunned those present. Silence fell. Kansas lowered his head, realizing that the boy had learned a truth that should not have been known. Ains added that he is indifferent to politics. Even if someone tries to use him for their own purposes, he will not interfere until the line is crossed. But if anyone stands in his way, he will spare no one. His words sounded cold and calm, but everyone felt the deadly warning. Kansas understood. Before him was not a man, but a poison that in the right dose could be medicine. He silently thought that the main thing in this matter was not to make a mistake. Then he said aloud that Mr. Ains was an honored guest of their home, and he would do everything possible. The young man thanked and turned to Sophia, saying that she now had a new student. She sharply objected, reminding him that this boy had recently raised a sword against her master, but she did not dare to argue. Kansas silently watched, understanding that the wizard Ains Silvetus was simply using their family as a tool, and if they refused, they would cease to exist that very day. Looking at the mage who was calmly talking with the girls, the man thought that it was not for nothing that he was called the God of Evil. Later, Tarish came to his senses, already dressed in new clothes. Ains, with an indifferent smile, noted that everything turned out well and thanked everyone for their help. However, the boy, looking at the floor, asked why they were mocking him. Mr. Ains could not hold back laughter until tears. He turned to Tarish and, wiping his eyes, said that this look did not suit him at all. Sophia, holding back a smile, agreed, adding that it was simply terrible. But already in a moment the mage changed his mind. He said seriously that everything was actually wonderful, even elegant, but then started laughing again, unable to speak calmly. Tarish frowned and demanded either he laughs sincerely or lies to the very end. Irritated, he threw a sharp remark at Sophia. The girl was confused, asked if she heard correctly. In response, Tarish shouted at her to be quiet because she annoyed him. Then he grumbled that even in his village people were friendlier. Sophia coldly replied that she would endure it only for Ains, and the mage himself, watching their quarrel, only laughed even louder. Meanwhile, at the Sobi family estate, Darius was walking to his father's study. The elder man met him with a cold look and immediately began talking about the servant he had once entrusted to him. He tried to recall the name when his son, trembling, whispered that his name was Tarish. Father nodded. Yes, exactly that one. He emphasized that he served not only the son but the entire Sobi household. Then the man angrily added that he heard, "Now this Tarish serves the Brandy family. Such a thing cannot be left unpunished, and he has already sent an official lawsuit directly to His Majesty." Turning back to the table, he showed Darius the document and asked why only the royal decree had returned instead of an answer. The son went pale and did not understand what it meant. The father explained that the decree ordered to close all cases related to Tarish. If only the king's signature were there, he would have challenged it. But his hands trembled, for next to the monarch's signature stood another Lady Liselot. He asked if the son understood the meaning of this. Darius nodded, but swallowed a lump of fear loudly. The father's voice became sterner. He said he did not understand how some scoundrel could take their servant and remain untouchable, and he ordered his son to explain. Darius, gasping for breath, admitted that he had disgraced the honor of the Soie family, but the father only sighed heavily, saying, "Not quite so." He suggested that the king himself made this decision under pressure, probably under a threat that could have called into question the security of the kingdom itself, and this threat came from the brandy house. Slowly approaching the window, he lowered the heavy curtains, cutting off the light, and asked what kind of power the brandy family could have gained. Without turning around, the man said that it was probably about Tarish himself. Darius timidly suggested that it was about the holy relic, but the father laughed, calling it a cheap excuse. Everything is connected with Tarish, and he knows more than it seems. Then he recalled the name, Brandy Hazraku, but immediately corrected himself, saying it was more correct to call him a servant. Finally, the man turned and looked coldly into his son's eyes. His voice sounded like a verdict. "His name is Ainz. That is his name, isn't it?" Darius shuddered, turned pale, and could not answer. The father continued, "This mage is so powerful that he even dared to raise his hand against Lady Lizelot herself." Then he looked at Darius and quietly added, "You are the first to see his true power." He threw the decree into the fireplace. The paper flared up with a hiss. "Ainz now serves the Brandy family," he said. "We underestimated them." The head of the Soie house coldly added that the mage saw potential in their servant and lured him away. At these words, Darius clenched his fists. Anger and shame burned him from within. The father said that this act disrupted the fragile balance between the three great houses. The ashes of the decree scattered on the floor like the ashes of their house's honor. The atmosphere in the study changed. The air became thick, like before a storm. Darius felt cold fear, trying to justify himself, but his tongue would not obey. The father approached the table with drinks, took a bottle, and pouring into a glass, asked if the son knew that he had many brothers. He confusedly denied, saying that his mother had said something completely different. The man smiled, coldly confirming that it was true. He took a sip and said that all his brothers had lived short lives. Then he asked if the son knew why. Darius was silent at first, but then, turning pale, whispered, "It's because of the curse." His voice trembled. The father laughed loudly, madly. "Yes," he exclaimed, "exactly the curse," and continued laughing until the glass fell from his hands. Then he approached the wall where old family portraits hung. His face twisted. His pupils became black as the abyss. And at that moment, a suffocating silence fell in the room. Darius did not understand what was happening. Fear gripped his chest. His body trembled. His legs gave way, and he fell to the floor. The father slowly turned away, looking somewhere into the darkness of the window. Calmly taking a sip from the glass, the man laughed, looking at the family portraits. It seemed the eyes of the people in the photographs came alive, distorted, mad. Darius, sobbing, slid to the floor. The father called him by name and began to tell about the time when his mother was pregnant. The voice sounded gentle, but something terrifying was hidden in it. He leaned in very close and whispered, asking if the son really thought that the child died because of the curse of the Soie house. At that moment, behind his back, as if in the shadows, dozens of wandering eyes appeared. Meanwhile, in the Brandy family estate, Marquis Kansas informed Ainz that the Tarish case was officially closed. He sighed with relief in his mind that everything was resolved peacefully. The mage thanked him, smiling. Then Ainz turned to Tarish and reminded him that his life now belonged to him, so he should be grateful. In response, he gloomily said that even crumbs from the Soie house were happiness. Sophia was angered by such words. Kansas changed the subject, saying that the exam results would be announced soon, and asked Ainz to help Rika a little more by accompanying her as a servant. The boy pondered, recalling previous events, and said that from what he saw at the exam, the girl would do wonderfully even without him. However, he added that he would make a decision only after understanding what exactly is taught at the academy. Here, Rika smiled and noted that they serve incredibly delicious food there. Ains immediately became alert and asked if that was true. Kansas confirmed, saying that even in his student years, the kitchen there was the best in the capital. The children of aristocrats demanded the highest standards. It was impossible to sit without a cue there. Ains' mouth watered, his eyes lit up with curiosity. He exclaimed that it was wonderful, and that he definitely had to see this place. Then he seriously added that he wanted to understand how ordinary students master the basics of magic. For this, he needed to talk to them directly. Sophia ironically noted that the only student from the people was Tarish, like a stray dog. The mage laughed, saying that he was already waiting for them to start arguing, and agreed to accompany Rika to the academy. Kansas breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing, and Rika smiled slyly, saying that now she could command Mr. Ains again. He immediately began to protest, and the girl just laughed. Tarish asked if they were now servants of servants, to which Sophia proudly replied that he was generally only a student of the servant. Everyone laughed. Meanwhile, in another manner, there was a knock on the door. The commander allowed entry, and a subordinate entered the room, apologizing for the disturbance. The man, without raising his eyes from the papers, asked what the matter was. The subordinate replied that a letter had arrived from Sophia. The commander sharply raised his head. His heart beat faster. He asked again if it was really from her, why she had not written for so long, and thanking him, dismissed the messenger. Reaching for the sheet, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, muttered that he had been dealing with papers all day, and decided to rest a little. In the report, Sophia described in detail that the main character learned the whole truth. The commander sighed, thinking that Aina-sama finally understood everything. Next, she wrote that the mage had formed an alliance with Marquis Brandy. This stunned the man. He pondered aloud that Ains always kept his distance, so it was strange that he opened up so easily now. Probably, the events deeply affected him. The report mentioned the Immortal Witch. Its original spawned hundreds of copies, thanks to which magic in the kingdom is developing at a frantic pace. It seems Ains found out where several more originals are hidden. The alliance with Brandy opened many political paths for the mage. The balance between influential forces wavered. The commander wondered what move the head of the Sobi house would make now, and sincerely hoped that he would not declare war on Lord Ains. Then he laughed at his own thoughts, admitting that a storm of events awaited us. Silhouettes appeared in his mind. The royal family, the immortal witch Liselot, the darkness of the Sobi house, and finally, the figure of the most powerful mage, Ains Silvetus, who united with the Brandy family. Now they formed the three highest powers of the kingdom. The commander thought more deeply and concluded that a real storm was approaching the kingdom. Night fell quietly. Above the Sobi estate, sparkling particles of magical energy floated in the air. White as glass, they slowly swirled, foretelling something bad. Darius sat at the table, holding his head. In his thoughts, the same question kept ringing endlessly. What should he do now? These words spun in his head like a prayer that brought no peace. He remembered how his father said that the life of their lineage has a high price, and blood shed in vain is a sin. But when the mother was carrying the child, he had to act, even if it was scarier than death. The man's face then distorted. It mixed anger, regret, and something inhuman. He mockingly asked if the son really thought that the child died because of the family curse of Sobi. The boy shuddered with fear, folded his hands in prayer, understanding that this time the father was serious and could do anything. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded behind him. An unfamiliar girl asked if he was cold. She approached so quietly that Darius almost screamed from surprise. In front of him stood a girl with short dark hair, holding a tray, and smilingly asking if he wanted warm tea. At first, the boy did not even look at her. waved her off but eventually grumbled for her to bring it. Crossing his arms, he arrogantly remarked that she should not dare give him a cheap drink. Everything must be worthy of his status. The girl closed her eyes and replied that everything would be as he ordered. However, she warned, even the best tea outside the house of Soie would seem poor to him. She smiled as she poured the drink into a glass, and Darius nervously watched every her movement, not understanding why a strange excitement was overwhelming him. Pouring the last drop, she calmly said that it was just water, ordinary water, but even it can be special for those who are able to feel it. She spread her arms to the sides, smiled warmly, and raising the glass in her left hand, said that even in the simple there is hidden power. Darius hesitated, but finally drank. The hot liquid burned his throat. He sighed deeply and tried to speak calmly. Having looked intently at the guest, he asked who she was and why she had come, since no one enters the Soie house without an invitation. The girl replied with a slight smile that she had heard. He had recently transferred to serve another family. Darius shuddered, raised his eyes in surprise. How could she know that? He muttered that she was right, and admitted that he hated everything that had happened. He sighed, rubbed his face, and said that because of this his father despised him. But the girl gently objected. Darius sharply raised his head. There was something mysterious in her gaze. He asked what exactly she meant. She asked in response, would he really leave such a powerful lineage without a reason? One could find the true motive and restore its honor. Darius even straightened his shoulders. He exclaimed that she was right. Tarish was to blame for everything. It was as if a burden had fallen from his shoulders. The girl nodded approvingly, saying that together they would find the cause of the betrayal, and then the enemy would have no excuse. She said that from this moment everything would change. Darius froze at her tone. There was something commanding in it. He abruptly stood up, leaned his hand on the table, and clenching the other into a fist, said that it was time to correct the past. Then he asked if she really wanted to act together, and what benefit she would gain from it. The girl laughed quietly, genuinely surprised by his insight, and called him clever. Darius proudly straightened up, ordered her to act as she saw fit. She thanked him gently, a little too sincerely. The boy only remarked that she should not disgrace his trust, and then asked her name. A smile did not leave her lips. She slightly bowed her head, her eyes darkened, and quietly asked for permission to introduce herself, placing her hand on her chest. With a graceful bow, she said, I am Rubermer, a great sorceress, one of those called the Rising Stars. Somewhat later, at the Brandy estate, Sophia and Torish met in a duel. Both were tense. Each strike sounded like thunder. Neither wanted to yield. Blades met again and again in the air, sparks flying. They fought on equal terms. Neither could deliver a decisive blow. The main character stood aside and watched the duel with interest. A satisfied smile played on his face. Behind him, Rika sat at the table with a mug in her hand, and her maid stood nearby. Everyone held their breath, watching the blades clash. Finally, the sword stopped. Sophia's hand trembled. Sweat appeared on her forehead. She respectfully said that this was to be expected from the king of the sword. His strikes were precise and merciless. Her voice sounded solemn, though tired. Tarish, also exhausted, replied that in his whole life he had never met a more skilled swordsman. But the sword in his hands remained ready, for he was not going to retreat. Sophia took a deep breath, squinted, and firmly said that this was why she was the right hand of Ein. Then she surged forward again, forcing her opponent to retreat. She shouted that she would not yield to anyone, and unleashed a series of quick strikes. Tarish barely managed to parry, swearing aloud, and shouting that she was truly mad. Ein watched them with a warm smile, thinking that although they fought relentlessly, it seemed a true friendship was already being born between them. Sophia, breathing heavily, exclaimed to him, reminding him that he had not yet finished the conversation with Tarish, and asked when he would do it. Ein at first did not understand what she meant. Seeing his confusion, the girl looked at him angrily and asked if he wanted to take her place himself. The boy immediately began to deny it, waving his hands. Smiling, Ayn explained that Tarish's abilities are directly related to his level of strength. These words surprised both Sophia and the young man himself. The hero continued that, unlike the local system, Tarish develops according to the principles of the Empire, where there are different ranks and dimensions of power. Both listened to him attentively. Ayn's face became more serious. He added that mastering magic is incredibly difficult for someone who thinks like a warrior. Tarish nodded, admitting that despite all efforts, he still does not understand the divine arts, and it annoys him. Ayn said that there is a chasm between magic and fencing. Mages always stay in the rear, while swordsmen take the hit first. Sophia added that this is the basis of combat tactics. Swordsmen hold the front, and mages cover them from behind, ensuring balance in battle. Then the hero cunningly asked what would happen if the swordsman learned to cast spells. A ball of energy was already gathering in his palm. He raised his hand, and a powerful stream of magic burst forth from it, whistling past Sophia and stirring the wind. The girl froze in amazement, not believing that he could cast a spell with just one move. Tarish silently watched, and Rika only sighed, as if to say, "This is typical Ayn." The boy said that true art lies in silent magic when thought becomes a spell. His voice sounded serious. He was teaching, not boasting. Ayn added that he could show the basics, but everyone's learning pace is different. Tarish will have a hard time. He still doesn't feel the rhythm of magic. Sophia exclaimed with a radiant smile that it turns out she is a true genius. Ayn calmly objected, instantly spoiling her mood. Tarish intervened, coldly stating that he had already reached the peak in sword mastery and did not need magic. His body tensed, and his gaze flashed with rage. He said that soon he would be able to destroy his enemy. Ayn noted that he still had matters to attend to, but he sharply waved it off. The hero calmly said that he did not care about his goals or past, as long as he stood on his side. Sophia and Tarish were surprised. Ayn smiled softly. His eyes narrowed, and he added that with such a night nearby, he needed nothing more. Night came. The sky shone with stars, and the head of the brandy house, Kansas, announced that the results of the entrance exams would appear tomorrow. Everyone sat down for dinner. The host solemnly repeated the news and asked Ayn if he would go find out the results. He was just finishing his meal. Ayn said he was confident in Rika's victory. The girl laughed and promised to treat him to anything in the academic canteen. Ayn's eyes sparkled, and he happily agreed. Sophia frowned, saying that she also received money from the commander and could treat him. Ayn calmly replied that this time the advantage was with Rika. She offered more. Sophia got angry and silently stared at her plate. Rika addressed the maid, calling her Leaf, and ordered her to wake Ayn up by any means in the morning. She bowed, confirming the order. After some time, the main character got up from the table, said contentedly that he was full, and thanked for the dinner. Sophia also got up after him. Rika smiled and said they would see each other later. But Kansas suddenly looked at her intently and asked her to stay. His gaze became serious, which even slightly embarrassed the girl. She stopped silently, waiting for explanations. Kansas was silent for a long time, then closed his eyes and sighed. He quietly said that it seemed His Majesty had finally understood who Ayn really was. Rika looked at him in surprise. She assumed that during that audience, he had not behaved that way for nothing. The father nodded and added that not only the king, but also the prince and the prime minister knew the truth. However, the princess seemed to remain unaware. Kansas expressed the suspicion that perhaps they just wanted to protect her from the dangerous truth. The head of the family turned to Rika and said that in that case, she should stay close to the princess and maintain their friendship. The girl smiled and agreed. Rika said seriously that she understood everything and would never put Kirsha in danger. Her answer reassured the man. Kansas nodded, said he was glad of her prudence, and allowed her to leave. Rika wished him good night and left the room. As she was leaving, the girl thought that even without knowing Ayn's true nature, staying close to him was a risk. but the father probably understood that too. She smiled and thought that no matter what, the prince would be able to protect Kirsha if something happened. A new day came. The sun shone brightly through the windows. A maid named Leaf entered Ain's room and quietly said that he should wake up because today he had to accompany Lady Rika to the Academy of Magic. However, silence reigned in the bed. The girl waited a few seconds and called his name again. The man was peacefully snoring, not opening his eyes, just mumbling something as if trying to shake off sleep. Liv strictly reminded him that he promised to accompany Rika, so he must get up. Her voice sounded like a command. However, the hero continued lying down, pretending not to hear. He only mumbled something indistinctly in response. The maid sighed, thinking she would have to use Rika's advice. She quietly said that she had been hiding one important thing from him. With a serious look, Liv declared that she actually possessed magic. Her voice sounded convincing. Ain instantly sat up, threw off the blanket, and exclaimed in surprise, asking if it was true, if she really was a witch. Liv calmly replied that, no, she just said it to spark his curiosity, and finally make him get up. The hero grimaced in disappointment. He covered himself with the blanket again, saying that lying is bad, wished good night, and asked for another hour of sleep. Liv sighed and said that he left her no choice. Then she decisively grabbed the blanket and sharply pulled it. She began to remove all the bedding, quickly and skillfully, scattering things around. Within a few seconds, the hero was left without a blanket and pillows. He looked stunned, not believing that this was really happening. The maid proudly said that this was her special magic, the maid's power. Ain looked at her with undisguised admiration, which embarrassed the girl. Then he smiled and finally agreed to get up. Later, Sophia tearfully asked why he was leaving again without her, while Tarish, on the contrary, closed his eyes and said he was not going anywhere. Too much trouble. The hero ran out of the estate gates, caught up with Rika, and apologized for being late. She said she knew he would oversleep, and added that her advice to the maid seemed to have worked. Ain asked in surprise if she had incited Liv and said it was mean. Rika laughed, saying the main thing was that the girl managed to lift him. The hero with a serious look declared that this was real magic and even tried to imitate Liv's pose, which made Riku laugh and the poor maid blush with embarrassment. Ain wondered if Liv was really ashamed, but then dismissed the thought as nonsense. At that moment, Rika stopped and said they had already arrived. Before them stood a huge house, majestic and shining in the morning sun. Rika, filled with admiration, said that this was the famous Academy of Magic. A crowd of applicants was already bustling in front of the results board. The girl excitedly said she would go check the results, and he should wait here. Ain agreed, thinking in passing about the noise and crowd in this place. Suddenly someone called his name and wished him good morning. The young man immediately turned to the voice. It was a princess. She smiled and greeted, asking if he was accompanying Lady Rika again today. Ain addressed them both by name. The princess pouted insultingly, reminding that she had asked not to be called Madam. Ain apologized, explaining that he was not used to it yet, although he mentally admitted after teasing the royal family, it was better not to annoy them anymore. Kirsha asked if he really allowed himself rudeness, even before the king himself, and why he did it at all. Zadel added that it seemed he would have to give him a lesson in etiquette. Ain only wearily begged for mercy. Smiling, he decided to change the subject and asked if they wanted to go check the results. The princess replied that she had already seen the table, and Zadel added that immediately after the exam, they received an official notification of Miss Kirsha's enrollment. Ain asked why she was here then. The girl smiled sweetly and said she just wanted to see her own name on the board. However, Ain's facial expression showed he did not quite believe this reason. The hero thought that people in power are of two types. Some boast and consider themselves above everyone. Others, like Mr. Kansas or Rika, understand that power is responsibility. Looking at the princess, Ain noted with relief that Kirsha belonged to the second type, those who still had a heart. At that moment, Rika ran up to them, joyfully calling the princess's name. She was happy to see her. Kirsha responded warmly, shook her hand, and asked what her result was. Hearing that Rika got into Class A, the princess exclaimed that they were in the same class. The girls rejoiced, hugged, and laughingly repeated that it was a real miracle to be together. They chirped that the day was wonderful, and fate was clearly on their side today. Zidel, observing, politely remarked that he was glad to see Miss Rika also successfully pass the exams. Ein smiled proudly, as he considered it natural. After all, he personally trained her. Hearing this, Rika invited everyone to have lunch together. Ein asked not to joke, but the princess, teasing, said he was drooling. Everyone burst out laughing, and Zidel suggested discussing it at the table. Soon he, using the communication artifact, received permission from His Majesty, and the whole company set off to the restaurant recommended by the princess. Exquisite dishes appeared on the table: baked fish, juicy meat, glasses with drinks. The serving was worthy of a royal banquet. Ain thought that they had a wonderful time. Delicious food, warm conversation, pleasant company. A few carefree days passed. Next, the events moved to the Brandy family estate. Rika, smiling, ran down the stairs and cheerfully told her father that she was leaving. Kansas wished his daughter a good day, then turned to Ain with a request to take care of her. He confidently replied that everything would be fine. Sophia wished him caution. Tarish yawned and said he hoped the day would pass quietly, otherwise they would have problems again. The head of the family thought he completely agreed with that. Ain and Rika were walking down the street, approaching the gates of the academy. The girl, with a sparkle in her eyes, said that today her new life begins. They were heading to the building when Ain asked if she knew where their class A was. Rika confidently replied yes, but suddenly the young man noticed something strange. The air around was pierced with clusters of magical energy. There were so many that even Ain, accustomed to wonders, was surprised. Rika turned around and saw that he had fallen behind. She called him, and he apologized. Catching up with her, he mentally noted that this was the Academy of Magic, so it was no wonder that traces of magical power remained everywhere here. Rika decisively opened the classroom door. Inside, several students were already sitting, scattered chaotically around the class. The hero asked where their seats were, and the girl, checking with a sheet, said that they had to go up to the very top tier. Climbing the endless stairs, Ain sighed and grumbled that they probably lead straight to heaven. Lady Rika irritably told him to stop complaining because these are just stairs, not the mountain of death. While they were climbing, other students noticed them. One boy nodded at them to his friends and said to watch more closely. The students began whispering, saying that this was the same Rika who had passed all the exams brilliantly. Another added that she had even demonstrated silent magic. The third did not believe it and asked if they were joking. The boys shouted in unison that it was cool. The river kept flowing, thinking that it was not worth forgetting. All of this was taught to her by Ain, so it was not fitting to be arrogant. But despite this, she felt pleased, her cheeks flushed with a blush. When they reached the top, Rika saw Princess Kirsha sitting by the window. She joyfully called her name, and she smiled in response with a greeting. Rika said that they were not only in the same class, but also sat next to each other. Kirsha was delighted and replied that it was real luck. They held hands, sincere smiles shining on their faces. At that moment, Rika wondered if the prince himself was involved in this coincidence. And at that very moment, far away, the prince suddenly sneezed loudly, as if confirming her suspicion. Ain asked where his place was, to which he was calmly told that the escorts stand next to their ladies. The young man was outraged and asked if he was not even allowed to sit. He began to whine that his legs hurt and his prosthesis was already cracking from the strain. Rika sternly ordered him to be more serious and stand next to Zidel. The hero grumbled discontentedly that it was unfair and asked his comrade in misfortune if it was hard for him. The latter calmly replied that he was already used to it. Ain sighed heavily and said with regret that there was probably no other way. He would have to make a chair for himself. Zidel raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man struck the floor with his prosthesis, and before the eyes of the astonished students, a huge throne of metal and stone rose from the air. Zidel even recoiled in surprise. His comrade in service froze in shock. The princess blushed, admiring the magic of Ayin, and Rika felt both pride and shame at the same time. Now everyone was watching them. Ayin sprawled on the throne, saying with satisfaction that it was now much more comfortable for him. Zidel just shrugged, not believing what he saw. The students eagerly asked what kind of magic this was, and how he did it without a spell. Zidel guessed that maybe it was alchemy. He smiled, as Ain was once again demonstrating abilities beyond the ordinary. Rika, on the contrary, looked worried. She said she was no longer even surprised, and asked at least to make the throne more modest. The princess, however, looked at him with sincere admiration. Kirsch's cheeks were covered with a red flame. She folded her hands in front of her, not taking her eyes off the magician. Ayin, completely relaxed, thought that he could finally take a little nap.